variety. That was pretty cool.
That
Hey, how's
was
it going, Free Fire Pro? Already
every Fire Pro.
nice. See, I like the little thing. That was pretty cute.
The intro, yeah, that was pretty cute. Like that was really slow, but it was good.
Yeah, I thought it was really nice to see the get it started so we can see all of the little things or whatever. And it's pretty cool. We get to see everybody. We get to see people in the chat. So that's pretty cool.
Oh wow, two more. Woo!
Yo, apathetic queen, how's it going? Cryptic, how's it going?
Oh my goodness, though. We won't seriously get into the discussion until Dylan gets here. So let's just talk to the audience. We're Evie. No, no. Okay. So I guess to warm things up, let's just say we're all surprised that this week we again get a lot of crap going on. But how are your guys' week? Hopefully you're not dealing with you're most likely dealing with what we have to deal with. But hey, I'm just I'm still traumatized, okay?
Traumatized.
I don't know. After going through like that, the whole situation with Mr. Miracle, I was like, ugh, another DCYA novel I have to go check. And I love going into these books because I'm like, okay, how are you going to impress the teenagers and kids? Because that's the whole aim at getting new consumers. And we want new consumers.
My thing is like for us, like us comic book fans, when we do see stuff like that, and then we try to tell people like, "Hey, this doesn't make any sense." Oh, shut up! What do you guys know about anything or whatever? Clearly, a lot. If we're trying to tell you that why is Scott Free black when you already have a black character, it just doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's snowing in North Carolina. I should have known, Cryptic, you would have brought up the Captain America situation.
Oh, what's going on in there?
Captain America is getting 2 comic book runs.
Oh boy.
One of them is called Sentinel of Truth, and one of them is Liberty of Freedom or something like that. Sam Wilson is going to be back as Captain America. And of course, the writer, when he was talking about it, he's talking about like we're going to talk about like what it's like being black and being just all of that nonsense again.
Of course.
And it's just like, wait, Sam Wilson's run was already like that to begin with. Why do we even care? And then the artist that they have for the Captain America one, the Steve Rogers one, garbage work.
Oh my goodness. Why does every time I go into this, it's like, oh, guess what? We got another black writer wanting to tell his black experience. And I'm not trying to shit on anyone's experience. Everyone's experience is different. But the problem is how they go like, it's something new. It's something fresh. And I'm like, no, it's not. Take a look at the other 50 black stories we got this past couple of years. Those were new. Those were fresh. But hey, did anyone pay a lot of money for these books? I mean, take a look at Nubia Real One. Did anyone want that? No, they didn't. No one didn't.
Nope, they sure didn't. Oh, look. It's Dylan.
Yes. It's
oh my gosh, you're wearing a leather jacket. It looks really cool.
I am. Thank you. Yes,
he just he just got done coming back from a party.
Yeah, that's true. I went to a bear attack party. I was fighting off bears. That's why it has spikes all over it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I'm special like that. I'm exotic. You know what I mean? I like to do all kinds of ballsy shit that never happened.
Okay.
Yeah, we're back together. Yeah, Free Fire Pro. It's kind of annoying that DC keeps doing this YA novel stuff, but hey.
It's not bad if they actually took, an interest with finding good writers who can do it. I think if they had dedicated writers to, write these books for new audiences, because again, when are we going to when is the older audience just going to completely leave to the point we have all this shit stuff happening in the regular comics, but then again, it affects the YA novels. So I think YA novels could be good if it was done correctly. That's my opinion, and I really think it would provide more interesting concepts for people. But the unfortunate side effect of it is that most of these race changes make it really difficult for these new audience members to get into it, because it's like, oh wait, they're not black, they're not Hispanic, they're not Asian. I mean, take a look at Gotham High. That was fucking a trash fire that didn't need to exist.
That's why we all knew, but that's why nobody read those books, because even the kids know that these characters aren't portrayed. How you going to do a Batman book and Batman's half Asian? Now the average child who knows Batman will like, wait, hold on, Batman's not Asian. What? The Joker.
That's what I always wonder with this. I'm like, they put out these books with the characters like this, and they expect people to really go from that to reading the comics. Like, the characters aren't recognizable.
Yeah, they really do though. They be like, oh yeah, we want you guys to read these books, but then the characters are completely different. And you know what, Faith? No offense, it's not bad news because I don't even know the actor. It's sad that he died of a ski accident, but we haven't seen his work, so I was just like, oh, okay. You know, they tell you be safe with those ski things, and yet people seem to have not learned anything from Natalie Robertson. Like, hello, she kind of like was the celebrity that everybody was like, oh snap, when she died from her ski accident, and then of course they do the same thing again. Like, you guys got to be careful when y'all doing these skiing things. Like, you just can't go and just do whatever when you come to these ski trips. And I'm just like, because it's not really. I mean, no offense, I don't know the actor and I've never seen his work, so I can't. You know, it's sad that he died, but at the same time, it's not bad news for me. Because, I mean, we don't even know if Moon Knight's going to be good. That's another thing that everybody's getting hyped up for it, but it's Disney Plus that we have to remember.
I mean, the costume looks pretty good, in my opinion.
No, I mean, of course, the costume looks good, but let's be honest.
The costume does look pretty good. I don't like the way that it manifests, though. I feel like it looks too much like Ragman. I saw someone in the comments on one of my videos was saying that they like it because it seems more like a mummy, and I was like, I guess, but I don't really get that vibe when I look at it. Like, that's never been how he puts on the costume. So I was like, I don't know. I mean that's just a minor gripe.
You can tell that they're basing it off of a little bit more of the Egyptian mythology, and it's just like, that's great and all, but at the same time, it's like, let's be honest with ourselves. He's probably not going to be in costume majority of the show, and maybe the final 2 episodes he might get a costume. So,
God, I hope not. I hope that's not the case. Like, I mean, that does seem to be what they do so often, but like, I really don't want, like, at some point they have to break that stupid formula of like going through the whole thing of like, it's the hero's journey, and then at the very end it's like, well, now he has his suit. It's like, okay, but we wanted to see the suit from the beginning. Like, y'all didn't have to like pad the shit out like that. You know what I mean? I also almost forgot. Cheers, everybody.
Okay, I better start.
And then remember what I always said. Remember what I always said about the Disney Plus is like the new CW, where they sit and talk, talking, sitting and talking, talking and sitting and talking. Very little action, and you're like, for fuck's sakes. Like, can y'all not?
I also don't like it that they're doing like, everybody's become like a Batman type of thing where it's like when they're not in costume they have one like way that they talk, and then when they're in costume they have to use like a darker, gruff voice. I'm like, y'all didn't have to do that. You know what I mean?
It's always annoying.
I mean, Moon Knight,
especially like in a city like New York.
Bingo. I mean, we all know that Moon Knight is basically Marvel's Batman, though, but just like everybody always want to talk about how crazy Batman is. No, Moon Knight is literally Batman psychotic. Like, if Batman was a psychopath and had schizophrenia and multiple personality disorder, that's like, Moon Knight is an over exaggeration of what Batman is. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, like he has an actual like mental disease. So I mean, his is something very much different from Batman.
Like everybody wants to talk
some
about
people
Batman.
People argue that Batman has like mental illness, he has like PTSD or whatever. It's like, you could make that argument, but I mean, that's never been part of his character. That's just
because he
people
overcome
reading into it.
Trauma. That's like what people need to remember. Okay. He overcame his trauma. He overcame his trauma a long time ago, because it takes somebody with the mental fortitude to be able to do what Bruce is doing. Like, it really does.
Very true.
Like, you have to get over your trauma in order to do what Bruce Wayne is doing. Like, no, there is no way. So it's kind of weird when people say, oh man, he has messed up mental issues. Hello, here's Moon Knight. He would like to argue that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he could one up that crazy.
Oh, right. Oh, let me see. Hold on. You guys kind of went a little bit fast. The chat went a little bit fast. Let me see what we're all saying. We got, so yeah, I got rickrolled by Marvel. Cryptic, I done told you about getting excited about Captain America stuff from Marvel now. I done told you about that. Don't do it to yourself, Cryptic. Don't do it. Dylan has gone evil Ernie.
You know it, man. I love that series that they have coming out right now, too.
I wouldn't, Cryptic, I don't know. I want to insult Zack Snyder like that. I want to compare Captain America, the several Captain America runs to Zack Snyder. And I think a lot of people misunderstand Zack Snyder's artistry. And no, this isn't somebody coming from like, oh, being a fanboy or whatever. You can just tell his artistry is completely different than what people over exaggerate about the man. Just because you didn't like some of the things he directed, he didn't write the shit. A lot of people keep forgetting that Snyder directs, but he didn't write the stuff. Yeah, he might have a little bit of creative control about hiring certain actors, and he can put in a little bit of what he wants the characters to go with for an outline. But it comes to the people who write the stuff. And I really wish people get off of his back about that kind of stuff, because Zack Snyder is not a writer. He is a creative writer, sure, but he's not an actual writer. If you look at his movies, it's not written by him. So let's get off the fact of, oh, well, Zack Snyder does. No, he does creative licensing of filming and creative of a layout, but he doesn't write the stuff. So if we really want to talk about it, we want to talk about the people who wrote the movies that he directed. And isn't it always funny that his cuts of movies are always pretty critically acclaimed by fans and critics, but then when the studios always cut his movie, everybody always have a problem with his movies? I find that very weird. You can't need it both ways. Either the man is bad or he's not. But let's talk.
Although I do think, didn't he help write the script for the first Wonder Woman movie, which ironically he didn't direct, but the movie was pretty good.
Yeah, the first Wonder Woman movie, him and his wife did have some writing hands in it, but it went with, it's him, his wife, someone else, and Patty Jenkins did all sit down and stuff like that. But before then, it was really Patty Jenkins who wrote the first Wonder Woman movie, and then Zack came in and was like, hey, here's some creative choices that we can make to change the character. But then Patty is the one who convinced Zack, because at first Zack had already filmed like shots of Diana back in the past with the shot that he showed of her holding the head or whatever, and people were like, oh God, this would have been great. And I'm like, no, it wouldn't have been, because that's not something Wonder Woman would do. That's one thing that I think Zack kind of misconstrued with Wonder Woman. Yes, she's a warrior, and yes, she would fight in wars, but she would never collect heads as trophies. That's not her, Maybe Xena the Warrior Princess, but it ain't her. It ain't her. And I think, but that's not even just coming from him. That's everyone. A lot of people misconstrue Diana nowadays because DC's been horrible at showing her as a character. Hey, it'd be great. Let's show Diana killing folks. I mean, because she's a warrior princess, so it makes sense. Yeah, but that's not the first thing she does. That's why it's kind of funny, when people were getting mad at Wonder Woman 1984, they were like, how come Wonder Woman didn't have a sword and shield and she was using her lasso and just using her regular powers? Because that's what Diana is, dum-dums. Like, I mean, as much as people hate 1984, which is a bad movie, I mean, it is hot trash, but the portrayal of Diana was actually accurate to what Diana actually is in the comic books. Like, she's this lighthearted person, and when she fights, she doesn't really fight to try to hurt people, and she only uses her weapons when she needs to. It's only when we got to 2011 is when DC was like, hey, let's make her Xena the Warrior Princess. But yeah.
Yeah, that didn't really make any sense, honestly. Like, there was no point for them to do that to her. Like, it's just, like you said, it's a misunderstanding of the character herself. Like, that's never been part of her thing. Like, yeah, she's a warrior, but I mean, that it doesn't serve the purpose of like her going out to kill people. It was more so she was always trying to like sow peace. If she had to fight, then she would fight, but that's never been part of who she was the whole killing thing. Like, I wish they wouldn't have never done that, because I remember when they had her kill Maxwell Lord in, what was it, Final Crisis. That also, when like they did it, I was like, okay, I know why y'all made it her, but I still don't like it. Like, it didn't make sense for the character.
But you know what? I actually respect that one, because when she killed, the world freaked the hell out. Not only in the comic books, but outside of the world. And what DC didn't do, they didn't just let Diana walk away and like, oh no, you killed this man. No, Diana, that's an issue. You're Wonder Woman, you know? And it was like really the first time we seen Wonder Woman kill a human being where they're not a monster or creature. Like in her comic books, if she kills somebody, if she kills something, it was a creature. It was a monster or something like that. It was something from Greek mythology. People were okay with. But when she killed Maxwell Lord without getting the context of everything, of course it was crazy. But I respected DC for giving her consequences for that. But then when they did the New 52 and they made her this warrior princess bitch, everybody completely forgot about what Wonder Woman was. Because it's like, wait, hold on, guys. Remember when she killed Maxwell Lord, we were not having that. Now we're okay with her just slicing and dicing folks? What the hell?
See, and that's what I'm saying. I had the problem with it, because I was like, they allowed that shit to open a door, and then after that, everybody was like, oh, well, because it became such a momentous thing that everybody just associated it with her. Like, oh yeah, that she's the one who will kill from the Justice League, and then they just try to make it a part of her character. I was like,
yeah,
nah, y'all are going off of one storyline, like where she did that, like you said, because she had to and shit. But then everybody tried to just make it like, oh, well, it makes sense. Obviously, she'd be the one to like always do it. It's like, no, it just made sense in that storyline, but y'all are taking that and trying to apply it to the character overall. It just doesn't work like that.
It's just the same thing with the whole Man of Steel moment when Kal-El snapped Zod's neck. It was just like, because everybody keeps trying to come up with excuses, but it's just like, what else was he supposed to do in that moment? Y'all, first off, Superman and Wonder Woman have killed, but they only kill when they can't figure out another way. And yes, Superman has really hardly never killed. But at an instance like that, okay, the Phantom Zone's gone. There's no magic around. There's no kryptonite. What else were you supposed to do with that character? Where else could you have gone besides Superman killing that man? And it feels like everybody freaked out as if they never seen Superman had to make a moment like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why when it comes to Superman and Wonder Woman, we're kind of like everybody's kind of like on the opposite ends of that kind of stuff. But when it comes to Batman, everybody's in the middle of it, which Batman out of everyone is the least likely to kill before Superman and Wonder Woman is, truthfully. But yet they'll have him in the movies, not really. Look, he's not really killing. He's just kind of like, if you're in the way, you're just gonna die.
Yeah. See, and that's why I had a problem with it. Like, I don't know. I'm assuming y'all still haven't started watching Peacemaker, but I watched the newest episode today.
But
yeah, I watched the newest episode today.
I don't care about being spoiled.
Apparently, there was this thing that James Gunn did where apparently, like, the executives at WB weren't all that happy about they call it a joke that was made about Batman, but it's because he's going through this whole thing like with his dad's neighbor, and his dad's neighbor saying like, oh, well, like people like Batman, they have all kinds of like villains, they have like their rogues gallery and shit, and he also doesn't kill. Like, are you sure you're a superhero? And then he goes on talking about how Batman doesn't kill his villains because he's a pussy and he doesn't do all this shit, and how many people have died because he took the clown to jail just for him to break out of jail, and then he goes kills more people. And it's like, these are tired ass arguments that people have always made about the character. And I was like, y'all really had to do this? Like, I see why the executives got upset, because here we are down talking on Batman as if you're making any brand new points. And then at the same time, like that's such a played out mentality of like, well, a lot of people have died because he just won't kill the villain. It's like, right, because he's the hero. The hero doesn't kill. We used to understand that concept. Nowadays, people are like, well, if you don't put a bullet through their brain, you're the actual villain. It's like, no, they're not, dude. That's not how this has ever worked.
Yeah, and that's really sad too, because it's just like that's why I get pissed off with Comics Explains, his behind always brings up that same tired ass argument. Well, if Batman had killed this villain or whatever, we wouldn't be in this mess, and we wouldn't have this never ending cycle. And I'm like, Rob, you say this point every day, you psychotic weirdo. Do you like Batman or don't you? Like, you always like, and it's not even just it's not even when he's talking about Batman. It's when he's talking about heroes in general, where he was like, well, if the hero would just kill the villain, we wouldn't be in this mess. And I'm like, here we go again with this same tired talking bullshit. And then it's just like, when they do, and then when DC or Marvel do have the hero finally kill, everyone freaks the hell out and be like, what the fuck? Wait, didn't you just complain about how come the hero don't kill nobody? And then when the hero finally does kill a person, y'all upset that they killed somebody? What?
Like that's what I was saying too. Like, I remember back during when they gave like all of the Green Lanterns like, the authorization to kill, and a lot of people were upset, like, the heroes aren't supposed to kill, like Green Lanterns aren't supposed to kill. And nowadays they're like, oh yeah, you if you want the threat to end, you're supposed to kill them. I'm like, okay, that might work for the cops, but we're talking about superheroes. Like, it's a completely different ballgame here.
They're not supposed to be judge, juror, and executioner. Yeah, and it's just kind of crazy.
Judge Dredd stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody says, if Marvel really wanted to have good, positive Cat book, they should have got Chip Zdarsky, Salam Ahmed, or the writer of Amazing Fantasy to write the Captain America, but they don't want him good. Pretty much. Let's see. Roland Dodge says, I had seen Thinking Critical review on Vita's Mubia in the Amazon. Question: is Mubia or the characters connected to LGBT cause? Vita seems to make her act like a thirsty lesbian. No, actually, Nubia is a straight woman.
She's supposed to be, but yeah, I've read it.
But
I remember when they had her like waking up with that chick in bed, and she was like, "Oh, go back to sleep" or whatever. I was like, "Really?"
Yeah. It's another one of those things where, well, they live on an island full of women, so it only makes sense. And I'm just like, no, not really, not all the time. Just because, first off,
didn't they like have that one, talk about one issue or a comic series where basically they said the Amazons basically abducted men off their own ship and, fucked them and then, had their kids. And if they weren't boys, they threw them off into another area.
Yeah, the new 52 one, that horrible retelling origins of the Amazons. Everybody was like, holy shit.
I think it works.
That's why we got the whole warrior princess Diana thing, the whole Xena the warrior princess shit, because they were like, hey, let's make the Amazons these bloodthirsty women and whatever, but they love peace above all else and all that kind of stuff. I was like, you couldn't tell it with this story.
I'm also really confused with Nubia and the Amazons, because it's like, the Amazons have always been Greek, right? So, they're Mediterranean. Yeah. They have maybe an olive complexion. And yet in Nubia and the Amazons, like, pretty much all of the main cast, they're all black. I'm like, when did this all of a sudden become the norm?
Diversity and inclusion, Dylan.
Hey,
diversity and
inclusion.
That's what you got. That's what you got right now. The MCU, let's see. The MCU doesn't believe in... Hold on. Oh, Lord have mercy. I lost the chat. I'm sorry. Oh, the MCU does not believe in secret identities. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. A lot of them heroes' identities aren't even supposed to be public, but yet they're public. Like, okay. Free Fire Pro says, give me a second. I am going to show it on screen if it lets me. Let me see. Hold on. This darn thing went to thingy. Oh no, I didn't mean to hide it. Sorry. Okay. I pressed the wrong button. I'm not really hyped for the Moon Knight thing because dang it, y'all are typing in faster than this thing than StreamYard. Restream lets me read your comments. Hold on, guys.
Don't worry, guys. We're all here for you. We just gotta wait until it shows.
Okay. I'm not really hyped for the Moon Knight thing because the director is the director and the writer of the live action Death Note. So and plus most of these MCU TV shows are shit. I'm not excited. Understandable. The French actor's name was Gerard Ullel, who died in a skiing accident. Again, never heard of him. So, it's sad, but yeah. Also, I worked on a Captain Marvel version pitch that is more faithful to the late Marvel. Cool. I'm curious how Marvel will incorporate Moon Knight's fighting style because he doesn't care about blocking. Heck, if he takes a stab to the chest, means he lands a right uppercut, he will take it. And again, I don't understand what they're going to do. They can't really make this PG-13 because it's on streaming services. That's my problem with Marvel too. I mean, with Disney, is that they want to make these shows like, oh, we're trying to make everything for the children, but it's just like, it's a streaming service, for God's sakes. Just
kids are gonna lie all the time about their age. They're just gonna go on, click whatever button, bam, traumatized for life.
My thing is, if the show isn't on TV, does it really matter? Like, who cares if it shows blood, sex, or whatever? It's not on TV, so you shouldn't even have to worry about the ratings. But to keep trying to we have to think about the children or whatever. These kids don't know this character.
Man, fuck them kids.
So who cares? Anthony said, by the way, hello everyone. Hello, Anthony. Righty. Let's see if I can scroll down one more time without skipping everybody's things. Okay, Roland Dodge says, how dumb is it that DC is killing their characters and spoiling it, and they're spoiling deaths of the character, and also none of the Wonder Woman had no characters from her fam. It's annoying. No, actually, Donna Troy and Cassie was in there. You just couldn't really see them. They were there. I think it is dumb. I think it is dumb to kill them off, especially after bringing back Wonder Woman and Aquaman when they had supposedly died after certain events. It's kind of weird, but hey, they do what they want to do at this point. I just think it's kind of dumb. But they want to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Superman's death. That's great. Congratulations. Woohoo. But I mean, I'm not really all that excited about it, but that's just my opinion on that one. And I think it's lazy because there's no build up, and on top of that, they're already releasing comic books that are starring Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman in it already.
It's kind of dumb.
It really is, because I get it where they're trying to act like, oh, we're celebrating, the anniversary of 30 years after, the death of Superman. It's like, no, you're not celebrating shit. You're trying to exploit people's memories of a very historic part of comics, so that way you can sell this other bullcrap that makes no sense. It's not a celebration of anything. Why would you even celebrate something like that? You know what I mean? Your most popular character of all time that started the company basically died. You want to celebrate that? What the hell's the matter with y'all? You can put out something to remember it, but to say you're going to celebrate it by killing off everybody else, I don't think they understand how words work.
I'm trying to tell you. I am trying to tell you, and they really think that this is really cool. But first off, with the death of Superman, that was a 2-year plan. They did a lead up, and then they did the actual event. And remember, Superman had 4 comic books at the time of this. Remember that. Action Comics, Superman, Man of Steel, and one more Superman, The Adventures of Superman. So remember, when Superman died, he not only died in the Superman comic book runs, he died in everything that was featuring Superman. How you gonna kill the Justice League and there is no build up in Wonder Woman, Batman, Action Comics, Superman, Son of Kal-El, Nightwing, Batgirl? If you want to kill these characters, you're going to have to do a build up. You can't just jump to issue 75 and they're all dead. But yet their solo runs and their families' solo runs are still running without acknowledging their deaths. It really doesn't make logical sense.
I mean, all I know is I saw a community post from y'all's best friend talking about how she found out that apparently after this whole Death of the Justice League bullshit, that apparently Jess Chambers Flash is supposed to come back. You know, the non-binary one that nobody actually cares about except the people who pretend on Twitter. Apparently that one's going to be coming back after this.
Oh my goodness. I really hate how it's going to go because it's like, remember the age difference, Everyone is like, it's all around the fucking, you know, it's huge to me. Like, where the hell is, like, what's her face? Like, the small, like, Arthur's daughter. I can't remember her fucking name. AJ, okay.
Andy,
okay, Andy.
Is still a little girl.
Okay. Now I'm not being too stupid. Okay, so Andy, like, shouldn't she be like a little girl? Like, and then you have Jess Chambers, you know, what, a teenager already? It's like kind of confusing to me because it's like, excuse me, the age difference with everything going on doesn't make any sense. And you should really use this opportunity to use characters who have been waiting for their entire lives to actually be part of the Justice League. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
This would be a perfect opportunity to figure out.
I think they still can't figure out what age John Kent is actually supposed to be. Because, like, in the comics, he looks like he's maybe 17, 18. But anytime you see him in, like, advertisement shit, they have him drawn like he's 25. I'm like, can y'all figure out what age this motherfucker is supposed to be and draw him that way consistently?
He's only 17, that's why I'm like.
Though. But every time I see him in an advertisement, they have him like with aged up features to where he basically almost looks like Clark Kent, but he doesn't have the cape. And like he has these big ass arms and shit. And I'm like, okay, that looks kind of cool. But then we read the comic and he's like a toothpick. I'm like, which is it? What is he supposed to look like? Because y'all are selling us conflicting visions every time I turn around.
Inconsistencies, like always. Like, we don't really see them agree with, like, oh, he should look like this. No, it shouldn't be adapted to look like any of this. Stick to one design, deal with it, and it doesn't matter if he's skinny or big. Pick one of them. You can't have both, you know, body sizes. Like, that would be so fucking annoying for an artist to be like, okay, is he like skinny? Is he, you know, muscular? Oh, just pick whatever you want.
Yeah,
I don't really
editorials up there just like, is he big or is he small? Yes. Like, just draw it. It's like, well, shit, fuck me.
Yep. Let's see what else somebody says. Dominic said Nubia was married to Zoo. I'm not about to say that name. That sounds like a whole bunch of bullshit. The god of light named Aurora Mazana before the New 52. Mark became Kunzor Avatar is another major factor in him having multiple personality disorder. Yeah. That's true. But again, with the whole Nubia thing, again, when you have a writer that's all about LGBT bullshit, every character is LGBT at this point. Sadly.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Mm-hmm. And they don't even realize the damage that they're doing with that shit. Like, it's so annoying.
I mean, we already know the damage, Dylan. We seen the comic book sales. All of this shit did not
I don't even mean that. I mean, more so like with them doing all of this bullshit and like making all of these characters so insufferable, and they're the gay characters, they're making it to the point now where even if a character is gay and handled correctly, people are still not willing to check it out because they're like, oh, it's a gay character. I bet I know exactly what they're going to say. I bet I know exactly how they're going to act. They're not even willing to give it a chance because they immediately see rainbow flag, not for me, not going to buy it, not going to read it. And I'm like, do y'all realize that y'all literally shot yourselves in the foot trying to get people to read gay characters? You now basically guarantee people will not read gay characters. Like, thanks for fucking it up, idiots.
That's true. That's definitely true. Dum-dums. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Elise Nighthawk is saying, and I do personally think that Batman has a psychological need to be a hero. I mean, that's literally the whole point of him going around the world training and stuff like that, so he can become a hero, so he can protect people, so people won't go through the psychotic, impact of damage that he went through by losing his parents. That was literally his whole mission. But he's not psychotic. He's not a psychopath or anything. He's doing something with good intention. And again, you still have to have a good mind frame in order to do what Bruce is doing. You can't be halfway crazy thinking you're going to be able to go and protect the innocents. No, you have to have some level of sanity in order to do that kind of stuff. I mean, you can't be insane. You have to actually be a sane person to do what Bruce is doing. Let's see. say what you want about Zack Snyder. His cinematography is amazing. Yeah, it's pretty goddamn freaking amazing. The only critique about it that is that I'd be like, Zack, too much slow motion. Like I get it. You want us to see all of that delicious action, but sometimes too much, just too much. Because that's probably my only critique really about the Justice League Snyder cut was like, all right, Snyder, just a tad bit too much slow motion for me. I am okay with slow motion, but I don't want every certain scenes to be slow motion. Like I get it, but at the same time, like, all right, calm down with slow motion. But other than that, his cinematography is freaking great. And he really does pull out the panels from the comic books. Like there are scenes from Batman vs. Superman Dawn of Justice that look like it came right out the comics. You're like, holy shit. So I gotta give the man credit for that. Let's see. Arrow was a good TV show. However, a mistake DC is making him Batman. He's not Bruce, as the two are completely distant characters. Oliver is a classic liberal, but doesn't jive with the far left. Yeah, that's why Arrow was literally called back in the day, a knockoff Batman. Like the show was literally a knockoff Batman thing.
That was what bothered me about it. I was like, he's acting like way too like extreme and brooding and dark. I was like, you could tell they wanted to do a Batman show, but they only could use Green Arrow. So they're like, yeah, close enough. We'll just make him act like Batman.
Yeah. Moon Knight is the only Marvel Disney Plus show I'm looking forward to. Don't have your hopes up though, Asriel. Cryptic, what I just tell you? What I just tell you, Cryptic, Zack Snyder did not write Superman in Man of Steel. Look at who wrote the damn script. It wasn't Zack Snyder. He might have had creative control of where the character goes, but he didn't write the script. All right? Cool. Superman is a character that's in the light. Zack wrote him as gray, and now Captain America's been written as gray, which is code for let's address Americans' corruption. Well, I mean, when you have creators who want to write these characters like that and you approve it, this is what you get. You have people who want characters to be deep, who want them to be gray or morally gray or whatever to try to prove a point, I guess. But this is what Marvel and DC wants. They don't care about these characters like that. Moon Knight, Mark Spector is going to be race swapped. He has Apathetic Queen. He's already race swapped in the show. He's not is going to be race swapped. He already is race swapped. Marvel didn't race swap Mark for the TV show. Yeah, he did. Mark Spector is white. I don't know what made Jew. He might be a Jewish character, but he's white. I'm sorry, does what's his name look white to you? God damn it, I'm drawing a blank on the actor's name.
Oscar Isaac.
Yes. Does Oscar Isaac look white? Not one bit. That man is brown skinned. Okay? That is completely different from pale. And I think Mark had ginger hair too. So you already know. He was going to get race swapped. I miss Maxwell Lord original characterization before Dan DiDio turned him into a villain. Yeah, it was kind of weird how Dan DiDio was like, he's going to have these psychic powers and he's going to secretly take control of everything because he wants to prove something to Justice League because he got tired of the heroes not being effective enough or whatever. I'm like, what the hell? Let's see. I understand why Wonder Woman killed Maxwell Lord because Maxwell was going to continue to mind control Superman to hurt people, but I agree to open up a down for the New 52 to ruin her character. Yep. But see, that's what was given the reason why they did that changed so much in Wonder Woman's character, but it was supposed to be character change for character growth. Not where, oh yeah, we forgot that Wonder Woman is this warrior person, so let's kill her. Let's make her this warrior princess. No, That was just characterization to show that Wonder Woman, when given the choice and when she has no other options, she will kill. And I don't know why people freaked out like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that doesn't mean that we need her killer instincts to be her entire characterization. Let's see. Why does DC seem to hate its characters? They seem to injure, killed, or ignore characters, especially sidekicks, because diversity and inclusion. I mean, like literally, those are literally the answers nowadays: diversity and inclusion, because they want to do. Oscar Isaac is not Caucasian. That man ain't no. Hold on. Nah.
I mean, he has a very white name. I'll say that.
Right. Okay, because I ain't never seen a white man that damn.
Although it does make me, he's Guatemalan.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
I didn't know he was Latino.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
See, it makes more sense when you have his full name, Oscar Isaac Hernandez Estrada. That's very much Latino. I see why he just goes by Oscar Isaac.
I knew. I'm about to say, I know Oscar ain't white. I know I'm stupid. That man wasn't white to save his life. Trying to talk about he is white. Oh, okay. And I'm Superman then. Google Caucasianoid male. Mitch, just because you Google something, the man is literally from Guatemala. That ain't white.
I mean, I guess if you're going off of anthropological terminology, then yes, since there are only actually 3 actual races, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid. So yes, he would technically fall into the Caucasoids, but that doesn't necessarily make him Caucasian in common parlance if we want to get into that type of scientific.
And Mark Spector is an American-born New Yorker. Does Oscar Isaac look like he's from New York? Not one bit. Not one bit. That man looked like he was not from America. He really does. He looked like he's not an American. And I was right. Geek Mode Squad. Yep, it's us. Let's see. Let's see. Heroes are not above the law. They're not judge, juror, executioner. They're vigilantes working outside the law. Why would they kill if they're working outside the government? I know. That argument means that being gay is a choice. Yeah, that means that people who say that being a gay isn't a choice, you can't say that anymore because you've been in media, you've been taking, and it's not even just comic books, this has just been in general. You've been taking characters who have been known for being straight, and you've been making them LGBT. You can never ever come to me and say being gay is a choice. No, it's not a choice anymore. You just doing it. You just doing it because you want to be. Because you at this point, you have to look at it like that. If you're going to take a character that's been established for 80 years being straight and making them LGBT because you want diversity and inclusion, then that whole theory of being gay isn't a choice is a lie, because it is a choice, because you chose to make a character who's predominantly straight, who's shown being straight, and you made them LGBT. So that means that, sorry, Dylan, you choosing to be bisexual.
Oh, I know it. I've never been one of those people who's like, well, it's not a choice. It's absolutely a choice. Like everything you do is a choice. Anything. Because especially not to be all religious and spiritual, but what I was taught from my religion was you can choose not to ever act on any type of sexuality, whether you're straight, gay, whatever. You can choose not to actually act on that. And it doesn't mean you're not still a person. It just means you're not doing any of that shit. So, being gay is absolutely a choice. You don't have to sleep with people of the same sex if you don't want to. You can choose just not to sleep with anybody if that's how you feel about it. But, everything you do is a choice.
Right. And then they're like, no, I was born this way. Nah, not really. Not really.
Not really, no.
Not really. You chose that. You chose that, because I tell you right now, if it was me, I'd be like, nope. I ain't doing. Well, to be honest, like I already said, I remember that whole question that thing too, and I was just like, no, because I said no, the butthole is exit only. We shot it, so I'm not going in nobody's butthole, and ain't nobody going in my butthole. So I guess, yeah, I can see this ain't for me neither. I would be such a terrible gay person because if I had a boyfriend and they'd be like, so when we gonna do it? No time for never, because you're not getting in this and I'm not getting in that. No, I'm sorry, nope. we stop as soon as the whole we have to take a crap out of them. And I don't know. Like I said, if I die, it's the first question I'm gonna ask the Lord. I'm gonna be like, so what's up? Why you do that? Why you do that? I already know he's gonna tell me to shut up. I already know he's gonna tell me to shut up and just go where I can't see you no more. Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus, but I just had to ask. I think it's gross. And then why would you put the guy's ultimate spot in his, up there? Like, I'm sorry, I guess it's never going to. I remember I was talking to some friends and we was at school. When you're in college, there is nothing off topic or whatever, and the girls were like, I don't understand how come guys don't want their spots hit. Like, we get our spots hit, and it just seems like it's not fair that guys won't let their spots get hit. I was like, because do you know where our spot is located at? Have you lost your damn mind? Like, your spot. I mean, y'all got holes. You got holes. It's not a booty hole.
Oh my God. I'll drink to that. I can't get past the exit only. Oh man.
It is exit only.
Oh boy.
No, thank you. I'm good. There are plenty of characters that kill: Red Hood, Wolverine, Flashpoint, Batman, and the Punisher. Yeah, there are, but majority of the heroes aren't killers, and they shouldn't be looked at as killers, and we shouldn't want them to be killers. But yeah, people want to complain about how come heroes don't just kill their villains, and then when Marvel and DC say, you know what, let's actually have our heroes do that. Oh my God, what the hell did you do? Why did he kill the villain? That is so out of characteristic for him. But didn't you want DC and Marvel to let the heroes start killing the villains? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Yeah, the whole killing thing used to just be like an anti-hero thing, which is what it should have been. I mean, it's not something for heroes to do. It's someone who's a vigilante who doesn't want to be like, the nice, goody two-shoes type of hero. It's like, yeah, that fits them.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that you can't have anti-heroes at all, but majority of your heroes shouldn't be anti-hero. It's just like, why do you think people don't like the Punisher? Like, of course, us comic book fans like the Punisher, but that doesn't necessarily mean I agree with what he's doing, but I understand what he's doing. But that don't mean, like let's be honest. My grandma, she enjoyed the Punisher. She watched all the movies. She watched the movies that Marvel made before the MCU. She watched the MCU show, so she's familiar with the Punisher, and she understands what the Punisher doing is terrible, but she understands, like, hey, he's doing it because these criminals are out of hand or whatever. But that doesn't mean that she wants other heroes to do what he's doing, but she understands him. Like, she likes the character. But that doesn't mean she wants all her superheroes to start killing like he does. It's weird. One cannot spell diversity without God. But damn. Huh? Okay. Interesting. Bruce has shown time and time again to be compassionate towards members of his rogues gallery who recognize there's still humanity left inside them. At the same time, recognize others are gone too far. Yep, that's true. Stop trying to PG everyone. That's so true, Faith. Free Fire Pro says, I like your drawing of Tim and Steph on your channel. Sad that DC broke up the couple. Well, thank you. I'm glad you liked the drawing of Tim and Steph having a kiss. Since DC pissed me off, I was like, nope, that's it. I'm doing a drawing. Yes, also Vita made a trans Amazon in Nubia and the Amazon contracting the wells of souls. I saw just some guy on it. How only when only women can be brought to the well of souls. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb. Vita has shown to be more and more discriminatory than the people she accused when critiquing her. That is definitely true. Ever imagine the Carl Danvers equivalent to Springtime for Hitler from the producer by Mel Brooks? Yes, you already told me that on Instagram, Darson. I remember that. Now a good writer could use their deaths to introduce non-swap minority characters, but this is DC. Yep. To quote MCU Korath, who? Oh, you talking about Jess Chambers? Yeah, some female who says that she's non-binary because reasons. Because reasons. That's why. Even though she's clearly a girl.
Yeah. Even though they draw her with the body of a dude, like it's obvious it's a girl.
Yeah. Like her suit is drawn like she's a dude, but then she acts like a girl. So I'm like, what are you doing, DC? Stop trying to convince us that this is a non-binary person. No, it's a girl. Just let her be a tomboy, for God's sakes.
That's what I hate about I mean, I'm just going to go off on a little tangent just real quick. On non-binary people, that's what they always do. Like in real life, that's what they always do. They dress as one sex. Usually it's the one that they obviously aren't. So if they're a dude, they'll dress very female, but then they'll act still very male. And it's like, you're not doing anything except making it very obvious that you're confused. Like, stop doing that shit. And that's why I hate it when they do it in comics, where like they just go back and forth between now the character looks like a girl, now it looks like a boy, now it's a girl, now it's y'all aren't doing anything. Stick to one and just have the character be that, because this whole non-binary shit is something that just needs to just end. It's not a thing. I'm not even going to pretend it's a thing. We need to just leave it behind.
To be honest, it feels like it's just something there just because people thought it sounds really cool. And it's just like, yeah, what is your purpose? And it's not, it's aggravating, to be honest. It's dumb. It's confusing to people. I mean, hell, I even saw an article of this teacher who accused the students of being homophobes because the students, these are little kids, mind you, who didn't understand the whole non-binary thing. Like the kids didn't understand. And one teacher, like, I guess, accused one of the children of being homophobe or transphobic or non-binary phobic or whatever. Who cares? The words are stupid at this point. I'm sorry. I'm sick of I'm sick of all the words. I don't care anymore. But anyway, I'm like, but they're children.
It doesn't make any sense. And that's how you know it's all about control to them. They want, it doesn't even matter how old the person is, whether they understand what it is or not. Like, they need them to validate them on a daily basis in every instance. That way they can feel good about who they are. It's like, that has never been how society works. Other people are not here to make you feel good about the choices you make in life. If you're uncomfortable with the choices you made in life, you need to reevaluate that. You don't need to try and get everybody else to reaffirm it for you. That is not how people work, and it's not going to be anything that lasts. That's why I'm like, they need to get over this shit already, because it's not working, and it's very obvious they just want to control other people. You're never going to get that level of control.
And it's not even helping either. It's not helping the cause of the LGBT community. All it's doing is making people be like, screw it. I'm over the LGBT community. Like, it was kind of like we were already at an understanding by the time the early 2000s. Everybody was at an understanding of this, and then when we got in 2010, they added new words. That's where all these new words were coming out of nowhere for LGBT stuff. Because for everybody, most people they understood lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans. That was it. That was it. There was nothing else. Then 2010 came, and all of these new words and new genders start coming out of nowhere. That's when I'm like, wait, hold on, I'm confused.
I think it's just because this younger generation, they saw that what we were fighting for so long was to just be accepted in society, have people understand that yes, we're gay, we're lesbian, even trans or whatever, and it is what it is. But then they started coming up in a world where they're actually accepted. So now there's no longer any drama of like, well, I came out to my parents and it's like, well, what happened? They said they're okay with it. Like there's no drama in that. So they
Yeah.
had to come up with this whole thing of like, well, I came out to my parents and told them that I don't actually have a gender and that on Tuesdays I'm a woman, but on Wednesdays and Thursdays I'm a man. Like they have to create something that just doesn't make sense to people so that way they can act like, well, I'm so oppressed because no one understands me. Yeah, because you don't even understand you. So don't try and put it all on us like as if we're the problem. You need to figure your shit out and stop trying to act like you need something to make you feel special and oppressed. Get over it. It's not that serious. Just be gay.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head with that one for real. And it's getting kind of annoying, to be honest. I'm just like, I don't care anymore. And then it's just like, not there's just too many new made up words that I'm at the point where I can understand when older people, like people like that's close to my grandma age, where they're like set in their ways. Like you remember that saying of how people are set in their ways. I can understand that now because I'm coming up in a world where they keep trying to change everything around every other week to the point where I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm not doing this with y'all. I'm steadfast at this point. I'm a stone. I'm not moving. I'm not hunching from this position of train of thought. No, I'm done. I'm done trying to understand. I'm done trying to understand at this point because you ruined it for me. So I'm done. Let's see. Dominic said, "Where's the real Jesse Chambers? The daughter of Liberty Bell and Johnny Quick. She is where her parents are at. Where the JSA is at. When you can find them, let me know."
Yeah, please let us know. We'll lobby DC to bring them back. But yeah, there's somewhere out there in the ether.
Bring them back for a long time, and they still won't bring them back. They brought them back for a little bit in Doomsday Clock, and we thought we were going to get something. And then the only thing they did with JSA is when they had Green Lantern Alan Scott say, "Yeah, kids, I brought you here to the old Justice Society of America place to tell you that I'm gay."
Yeah, I was like, "What? You did what? Like, stop playing, Alan. Stop playing."
Yeah, if I was Jade in Obsidian, I would have been like, "All right, nice joke, Dad. Where's the real Alan Scott?" The fact that DC even allowed that was just like, come on, DC. Like people let you have the Alan Scott of Earth 2, New 52, because that was a different Alan Scott. It wasn't our Alan Scott. So everybody was like, okay, fine. We didn't agree with it at first, but because it's another universe, okay, sure. But then when you bring back Alan Scott, you're going to actually force that personality onto the original Alan Scott. And people were like, there are people in the closet today or whatever, or there are older people who just now coming out of the closet. Okay, that's great for them. No one cares about people in real life. I'm talking about characters that I've read about. There are comic books where you can read about Alan Scott and you can get his thoughts, his thought bubbles, his thought process. He had 2 wives. So I don't want to hear about, oh, well, maybe he was just no, because he loved Harley Quinn. He loved Harley Quinn. And they were married all the way up until the New 52, where they erased her. I bet most writers don't even know that Alan Scott was married to Harley Quinn. And no, I'm not talking about Harley Quinn. I'm talking about Harlequin. Harlequin was a villain that Alan Scott had. For some reason, Alan Scott has a bad habit of falling in love with his villains, who are females. They gave Alan Scott a lot of female villains back in the day. But anyway, he fell in love with her, and they got married. And they were literally married all the way up until the New 52. Now we bring Alan Scott back, and he goes to his son and daughter and say that I'm gay. And I'm just like, wait, if you're bringing back pre-New 52 Alan Scott, pre-52 Alan Scott was married to Harley Quinn. Why don't we keep it that way? I'm just saying. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. But if I rebooted the universe and made Midnighter and Apollo have straight women as their partners and not LGBT, people will be upset. I see we can't handle it when we're taking original LGBT characters and we make them straight. It's a problem. But when we take straight characters and make them LGBT, that's great. We're getting more representation. Okay, at the cost of people walking away from this shit. Just being honest. Just being honest. Let's see. They can't come up with anything good. They can come up with is someone gay or kill the heroes. Why don't they just kill the villains? Because don't you know the villains are the good guys nowadays? The villains are getting redeemed every day. The villains are misunderstood. The villains are sympathetic and everything. Like they're not bad guys. They're just misunderstanding. We need to give them a chance. Sure. Even though they purposely kill people all the time. All the time. Also, we learned nothing about Nubia and Amazon from the title character except for trans character. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
If there's any inconsistency, it needs to be resolved instead of doubling down or sweeping it under the rug. But they're going to try to force you to like what they're giving us. If you don't like it, that seems like a personal problem. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why John Kent is so small when his father Clark Kent and he grew up on Southern food. When Connor was 16, he was buff because John is half human and he probably doesn't get as much muscle mass because he didn't really work on the farm like Clark did, or how Connor was a teenage boy who probably went to the gym and worked out. Like with John, he was just one of those. He's one of those lanky people who like they don't work out as much, but they have lean muscle. So he's always shredded, but he's never buff like his dad or, to be honest, his brother. Let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. Connor is his brother. Connor isn't his cousin. Superman is Connor's father. Like let's cut that crap out about a clone. He is no longer a clone if he has DNA of Lex Luthor and Clark Kent. He's a son, not a clone.
I don't know. I think a lot of weirdos have a weird idea of how it usually is with, like, you know, clones. They're like, oh, they're the child, and I'm like, well, not a child, like, but what you just said, but like, everyone's been like, oh, let's just make them brothers because of this book, and I'm like, no, that's not the John and Connor. I've just been hearing a lot from other fans and shit. But yeah, I don't know when it comes to these, like, him actually, you know, being the son. It's always like, I get a lot of people being like, so who's the mom? Is it Lex or is it like Clark? Like, you gotta pick which one it has to be. Like, who's the woman in this situation?
It will be Lex Luthor because they had to find a human donor to mix with the Superman stuff. Who was the human donor? Lex Luthor. Yeah. But I mean, at the same time, really, we really don't need a mom thing, kind of, because let's be honest, we have LGBT dads who are, for some reason, they are both the dads, and the child got the DNA of both the fathers. I don't understand how science works, but because it's fertilized the way they fertilize egg, the baby is both the dads, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. So let's just. But I mean, if you were to think about it, the reason why I'm saying he's the son because a clone is an exact copy, like Ben Reilly is to Spider-Man. Now that is an actual clone. But people like Laura, X-23, and Connor Kent, they're not clones because they literally have DNA of someone else besides of the clone material. Because if you make a clone of me, how is the clone gonna be a female? That ain't a clone of me. That's my offspring. In terms, that's really what it is. well, we were able to get your DNA, but we were only able to get your X chromosomes. What? Then you didn't get you got my DNA material, but you were only able to get my X chromosomes of my DNA. That doesn't make logical sense. You either got my DNA or you didn't get my DNA. And my DNA has both the X and the Y chromosomes mixed into the DNA anyway. And then you injected my DNA into an embryo inside of a woman who actually gave birth to that clone. That's not a clone anymore. That's a damn child. Just saying. Okay. It's the same thing with Connor Kent, because Connor Kent isn't Connor Kent. When you take his DNA and they run it through a test, his parentage is going to say Clark Kent and Lex Luthor. You know, so that's why it's weird when DC was like, "Oh, he's the clone of Superman." Is he really? Because I don't think you guys know what the fuck a clone means. and like Madeline Pryor, she's a clone of Jean Grey, and yet everybody want to say that Cable is Jean Grey's stepson. No, not really. Cable is literally the biological son of Jean Grey and Cyclops, because when you break it down, Madeline Pryor is a complete genetic 100% clone of Jean Grey. When you run DNA test of Cable through science, it's going to pull up Jean Grey and Cyclops. You know, so it's one of those things. It's just like, yes, Connor is the son, Cable is the son, Laura X-23 is the son. Let's stop trying to call it what it is. They're sons. Unless now if we had like Superman X from Legion of Superhero TV show, where that was they literally took the genetic material of Superman and literally cloned him, like it's literally a copy of Superman, then you can say that. But Connor's not so much. But yeah, it's one of those things that I just think is kind of dumb when people say that.
Okay.
But anyway, let me go back to the comments.
Oh boy.
I feel like killing when Marvel Avengers is better than Justice League, mainly because Justice League really is really the only team people care about in DC. Marvel, there's X-Men, Fantastic Four, etc. I wouldn't necessarily say that. DC does have some teams that people do care about. It's just that DC, when they rebooted the continuity, a lot of those teams disappeared. Like I know
not acknowledged as much as they used to be, because everyone's like Justice League, Batman, maybe some Superman. That's it.
Like, I know you were around the time when the New 52 happened. A lot of us was like, where the fuck the rest of the teams at? Or where the rest of the characters at when the New 52 happened? Like, the New 52 literally raised so many characters and so many teams. You're like, what happened? What happened here? And it happens. It happens, but you know, the only reason why is because a lot of Marvel's characters blossomed within teams, while DC had more solo characters that could stand on their own. That's one thing about DC that I think something that Marvel haven't been able to accomplish is having a lot of solo run characters that can actually run a comic book. Because if you go back in DC's past, they have way more solo run characters compared to Marvel. And most of Marvel characters are literally in solo books. As much as I love the ladies of X-Men, most of them couldn't hold a book to save their lives. Or the Avengers. Most of the Avengers females couldn't hold a book to save their lives either. It is what it is, you know? It's just one of those give and take kind of things. Let's see. Just some as Korra and Avatar Universe had LGBT characters too much. I mean, you know, the whole Legend of Korra thing, when the LGBT characters started popping up in the comic book series, I thought was stupid, because you shouldn't base the real world off of them. You shouldn't base our real world in their mythos. Like, they're native right now. They're primitive people. So focusing on LGBT issues and rights or whatever, and it's just like no. That world doesn't need that bullshit. Not, and no offense, not everything needs the LGBT in it. Sorry, it's the truth. Just like not everything needs diversity and inclusion in it. Not every world need that out. I zoned out. The females can't hold what book? They can't hold solo books, Mitch. They can't hold solo books. Most of the women in Marvel cannot hold a solo book to save their lives. It's the truth. It's the truth. You can name way more DC female characters who've had solo runs than you could females. They're just not good at it. They're just not good at it. Sadly. Hey, they make them just like their self-inserts. Yeah, they really do.
Yeah.
I like your leather jacket, Dylan.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're right, Dylan. They do ruin it for good, even great gay characters. While I believe people should use their brains and judge it case by case, in terms of character, it is what it is. Well, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep. I didn't know Oscar Isaac has darker skin tones. Max having psychic powers has been there after the invasion storylines. Heroes don't take killing lightly. They are treated as an absolute resort. Yeah, last resort. And that's what it should be. When a hero kills, and we're not talking about anti-heroes, we're talking about heroes, it's a last resort. That's why it was very powerful when Wonder Woman snapped Maxwell Lord's neck, because if you were keeping up with Wonder Woman had villains, but she would never harm her villains or even attempt to kill her villains. Like I said, the only time Wonder Woman would kill villains or anything would be mythological creatures or monsters or something like that. It had to be something non-human. But when it came to human, she would talk them down, or she would use her lasso to wrap them up and they'll end their plans. But this was really powerful because it was just like, okay, the lasso tells me you have to tell me how to stop you. Maxwell Lord says the only way you're going to be able to stop me is if you kill me. And Diana had to believe her lasso because her lasso was telling the truth. So she did the only thing that she could do, snap his neck. And it was a powerful moment. And it had led to a lot of backlash for Wonder Woman in the DC universe. Like, if you read it, it's a great storyline. Like, the backlash that Wonder Woman got is really great. It's a good story. I think it's called Who is Wonder Woman? And it literally goes through her entire thing of dealing with the ramification and the aftermath of, I'm supposed to be this superhero who's supposed to be compassionate and supposed to be an emissary to the mascara and supposed to help man's world, and I just killed a man in cold blood. But the lasso was telling me that he was telling the truth. What else could I do? So it was a moral questioning that Wonder Woman had to figure out for herself. Like I said, that's how you tell great stories. But, people don't respect that. They don't respect that anymore. Let's see. I'm tired of ice manning of the characters. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Free Fire Pro said, yeah, they do ruin gay characters, and I had caught and stopped myself from thinking there are LGBT characters who are going to be trash, but it doesn't help that most LGBT characters are coming out that are coming out now are bad. Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Guys, I had a story when I was like 12. I was watching a video of two girls kissing and I was into it. I was thinking I was bisexual or gay, but I chose being straight until I never realized it. All right, Daddy Queen.
That's awkward.
I have an almost completely opposite story where I saw two girls kissing and it did nothing for me. So I realized I was either bisexual or gay. So I mean, hey, happens for everybody differently.
Sorry, that water was tasting so good right now. Look, you ever drunk water before and it tastes so good? You be like, "Ooh, boy, that water tastes."
You just want to keep going. Oh yeah, I've had them times. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I ain't never. It's so weird. Like 1 minute water can not taste like nothing, and then one time you drink and you be like, man, this goddamn water like the best drink I ever had. Oh, water is so weird sometimes. Fleece Johnson, I like you, I want you, and we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and the choice is yours. Poor Chris Hansen.
Oh, hey, it's more important than eating. It's more important than water. Booty, another man's butt. Like, I love that video so much.
Oh, remember when he was in jail and then he was about to get it. And he was like, "Not my booty," and he backed that butt up and knocked that guy out with it. I said, "Heck no!" Like, and my thing is, why do you have a recurring dream of yourself being raped in jail? Who has a dream like that, weirdo?
Fleece Johnson is something else, man. I swear.
And then so when we saw his dream, I don't know if any of y'all remember, but there was times where things weren't censored. And when he dropped that soap, and the guy was like, "Ain't you gonna pick up that soap?" He was like, "No, I'm good." He was like, "Nah, you forgot to wash your back." And then when he turned around and we saw that guy, and I was like, I don't know where that thing is going, because that thing was like about 20 inches. I was like, what the
I remember that. I was like, it went all like blurred out. I was like, whoa, hold on now. Wait a minute. I was like, I get the point you're trying to make, but what the fuck?
I was like, Tom, why were you thinking about a guy with a 20 inch thing? Like, bro, what the hell? See, Jesus. Not even a woman would want that.
Seriously, I was like, what the fuck? That's a pretty disturbed dream. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, and his wife was like, "Did you have another dream about being raped in jail again?"
I was like, damn. It happens that often, even she knows what it was.
Let's see. Y'all remember the comic book Man Eaters and Mother of Madness, Kate's favorite comic?
What the hell? Why are you guys? Oh, like, not you, but like, I know you probably didn't say that for sure, because like, you know, just because I'm a woman doesn't necessarily mean every female title I'm into. Like, there are books where I'm just like, okay, I get it. Fierce girl power. Can we get to the point, or can you bring back the muscular guy over there? Like, he's pretty hunky. Come on. Bring him back. I don't need you anymore.
I don't remember.
Okay, I was told that women have been waiting for stories that will uplift all of their natural bodily functions. This is what I heard. This is what I heard from women.
Oh, lift up body image? Like, okay, I understand. If we're gonna lift body image, then, you know, go with it. Go with the idea of, you know, showing different types of women. Scarred women, muscular women who aren't, you know, super man muscular, but muscular to the point where, yeah, I've seen plenty of women who do look like that. I get this really weird image that maybe some people just don't like, you know, overly done to the point where it's like, it's understandable if it's a man looking really muscular, but if it's a woman looking super muscular that they look like a man, it gets kind of questionable. But like, I've seen, you know, actual muscular women, and, you know, maybe a bit of chub on some girls. Like, I've seen a couple of chubby girls with, like, you know, niceness in the some arms and legs. It works. Or, you know, make the background characters a little chubbier. That way they don't get confused for the main character. That works too. If you're gonna do that, then do it. But not in this way where it's like everyone still looks the damn same. Okay.
That's one thing that I have to give some props to the studio that made Encanto, that movie that a lot of people talked about, with the sister who's like really big and buff. I know a lot of people made fun of it and they said like, oh, well, that's so unrealistic. I mean, you got to understand, though, this is a movie made about Latinos, and I don't know how many people have grown up around Latinos. Me being here in South Texas, I've grown up around a lot of them, and I have actually seen like a bunch of women who are those kind of proportions where like they're big, they're heavy, so like they can move some shit. I'm not gonna lie, it's not all of them, it's not all the time, but if you look at the movie, it was only one character that looked like that. So I was like, It's not that unrealistic. And I'm not just saying that because my boyfriend has watched that movie about 4 or 5 times since the first time he saw it with me. So I mean, it's one of those things that I've heard people talking about it, but I was like, I don't really see that as that big of a problem. Like, it is something that it can happen. You know what I mean? It's not unrealistic. And like I said, if they had made every woman in the movie look like that, then I would have been like, okay, y'all are pushing it too far. But it was just one. So I was like, it's not that big of a deal.
It's always annoying when you have people be like, oh, well, since she's super muscular and stuff, like, this has only been going on in that fandom where everyone's like, well, since she's super muscular, she must be a lesbian, right? And I'm like, just because they're muscular doesn't mean they don't like, men. They can, be as buff as they want. But I think out of all the sisters, she's probably the one that would be more suitable for, like, wanting to date someone. Like, in my personal opinion, that would seem like a perfect way to get her off of, not doing much. And I hate when people just assume their sexuality. And I'm like, in this time period, they're most likely straight, okay? Yeah, there could be a couple of hidden people who could be gay, but we're not going to go into that because a lot of that has been overthrown.
Yeah, and I mean, especially on that point, like, of women being muscular. Like, I used to work at a restaurant where, like, one of the owners, she was literally a bodybuilder, and this is a tiny little Asian woman. I'm talking, she was like 5'2", 5'3", and she was a bodybuilder. And she had a whole bunch of female bodybuilder friends, and they would come in, with their husbands, with their boyfriends. And yeah, some of the dudes were also like bodybuilders too, but sometimes they were just like regular dudes. And then you see the chick, and she's all buff and cut and shit, and then her boyfriend's just like a regular guy who works like a regular 9-to-5 job. I'm like, hey, you know what? If that's what works for them, that's what works for them. But yeah, like, just assuming that because a woman happens to be like, built or muscular or whatever, that she must be a lesbian, it's like, that's not always the case. You're kind of stereotyping all of the women who are like that, because there are plenty who aren't like that. And what I will say is, guys, if you've never had the opportunity, I don't know if you have or you have not, never say no to dating a bodybuilder. And the reason I'm saying that is because, yes, when it comes to competition time, they go absolutely insane. Like, they are batshit crazy, where they're having to starve themselves practically. They're having to work out all the time. Their emotions are all over the place. But from what I heard from plenty of them, they get pretty horny a lot.
My God.
I will leave that on the table. Pick it up if you would like. You can leave it there too. I am not here to force the knowledge on you. I am only here to provide it. I have done the Lord's work this day.
Have you dated a bodybuilder before, Dylan?
Me, no. I am not really the type who usually goes for that. Not that I wouldn't, but I could definitely, like, if I were to meet one, would I turn her down? Hell no. I would absolutely go for it. I don't even care if she can lift me up over her head. That's probably going to be a lot more attractive than anything else. I'm not even going to lie, just because that would be a great novelty. I'm not light. You know what I mean? I am not a light boy.
I thought you said your boyfriend was into fitness.
He is. I mean, he used to, when he was in high school, he ran track and he was a swimmer. So, I mean, he did that. Nowadays, he doesn't really do so much. His favorite thing to do now is sleep. But the good thing about all of that, like, physical exercise he did back in the day, was that he still looks good no matter what. He still has very nice legs. He has, he has like that look. I was never an athletic one. I was very academic when I was in school. So that's why I always just look like melted mashed potatoes. But for him, it's okay.
Oh God. Well, I never seen Encanto. All I know is it flopped at the box office, and a lot of people
it didn't do all that good.
A lot of people said it really wasn't all that great because it doesn't. It's another one of those Disney movies where Disney movies don't have villains anymore, and they said that's a problem. Like,
it doesn't so much have a villain. It just has like a problem that they're trying to like prevent. So yeah, I would definitely agree with that, where Disney is at this point where they're like, I guess because they've been taking all of their villains like Maleficent and Cruella, and they're trying to make it seem like, no, they're not that bad. They're actually just misunderstood. So now they're trying to do this thing. We don't need a villain. We just need a problem that they're trying to deal with. So it's like one of those type of things. But I didn't hate the movie. I was like, it's cute. It's all right. I wouldn't mind rewatching it.
Good, like, but not too good to the point where it's like, I would totally watch this again several times in a row. I mean, the songs, they're fucking catchy as hell. But if there had been a good problem, like a good problematic character, it probably would have been able to, do a little better and have more memorable moments, because there are some moments where it's forgettable. And unfortunately, it's just like very sad, because a lot of these characters could really work in this situation, and they even deleted scenes they thought would not work. Like, for example, I'm remembering this one scene between the dads and Maribel, and they're cleaning up the house, like, while everyone who has powers is doing their own thing, and they're like expressing how much fun it is. Now, if you remember, there was the shorter dad who's just like, we can go into every room we want. We can go into like Dolores's room, like Antonio's room, Abuela's room, and the taller one's just like, not Abuela's room, and he's like, not Abuela's room.
They were actually funny. I did like them. Like they were. It was a cool movie. I'm not gonna lie. Like I
needed more moments, to be honest. It would have made more sense, and especially with like how the characterization of Bruno was like. He was how it was first presented was that he was going to most likely be more of a problematic character. And then they were like, what if he just lived in the walls, like a very shy kind of guy? And it's like, I mean, yeah, I like the personality. I will not lie. I mean, I will protect that with all of my life. But there are some things that I really wish they had added to make it more interesting. I get it. They wanted to make Abuela this very protective and strict character, but I don't know what would have helped to make it more dynamic. Like, yeah, there's like a problem going on, but there's not really anything worth notable to really remember the movie by, and that's unfortunate. That makes me sad. And oh man.
Like I definitely saw that too with the abuela, where I was like, she's very domineering, she's very protective of the family, and I get it. That's definitely something that's very close to our culture and everything. But it's one of those things where I would have liked to see a little bit more from her instead of it just being that. Like I understood it because it made sense, for me and my own family. I was like, I understand that type of woman, but I was like, maybe kind of make it to where other people would also understand, so she doesn't just come across as like bitch or whatever. I was like, maybe try and actually play on that a little bit more. One thing I will say though for the movie, and I told my boyfriend this even when we were watching it, the cousin Camilo, he basically looks almost exactly like my boyfriend, like the curly hair and everything. His sense of humor, like very much the same.
I will say, since I didn't see the movie, only because I'm not gonna lie, guys, it looked boring to me, and
that's understandable.
The only reason why I'm saying it looked boring to me because I was like, okay, but where's the villain? Because that's what I was looking for. Because to me, this didn't look like it looked like it should have been a short. If that makes sense, not an actual full length movie, but maybe like a 30-minute special. And that's it to me. That's what it looked like. Because I'm like, oh, okay, the magic is leaving the house. And I was like, okay, so who's the person who took it? I'm thinking somebody taking it. But then when I kept seeing the trailers for it, I'm like, so nobody took the power. Nobody took it. It's just dying out. Well, that's just
it would have worked if they went with that plot, like someone taking it. That would have been a much more interesting element. And they didn't even have to leave the house if someone was taking it. I mean, they could still stay in the village, and there could be more scenes in the village. And I get that the house has a lot of different fun rooms, but I think the problem is like they're relying way too much on the house to represent there's a problem in the family. But like, if there was a problem in the family, I would have wanted one of the characters to have taken the power, because that would have made more sense than, oh well, it's just dying because like that's the one thing that was making me questionable throughout the entire movie. Like, what's stopping the magic? That's my question. What's stopping the magic? And we didn't get that resolved, and I'm like, okay, flashback at the end where we have the hunky grandpa just I'm sorry, but that design is way too good. It was way too good.
I had the same issue too, where I thought that they were going to reveal like, oh, there's someone stealing the magic or whatever, and then it turned out to not be the case. The only reason why I didn't have too much of a problem with it, and again, this is just me coming from my own cultural background, I was like, oh, okay. And they didn't even, if they had done something more to kind of like play up that this was the problem, then I would have understood it. But if they had like made it more clear that sometimes the problems don't always in a family don't come from outside the household. Sometimes it's a problem within the household. There are problems that just develop not really from anything specific. It just kind of like it starts and continues to fester, and then it starts to affect the entire family. Like that was the kind of allegory that I got that was coming from it. But like I said, they didn't do enough of a good job to really sell. Like that's what the problem was. That problems
I
can
would have
develop in a
accepted anyone
family.
to be the villain, like of the family. I think it would have been better if it was like either Camilo or Isabella. Like those two would probably be the best fucking villains. Let's be real.
Yeah. I would have even accepted if it, because at first it seemed like they were building up like, oh, it was Bruno, like he was the one who was causing something, and then like they actually find him, or like Mirabel actually finds him, and he's just like this weirdo who's been living in the walls. I was like, oh, well, that's unfortunate, but okay, whatever.
I mean, it's one of the best songs in the UK right now. It's like it's topped "Let It Go," and I'm like, okay, that's great, that's impressive. We managed to make that the replacement song. That works.
Yeah, I did hear something about that song going.
I could see that, yeah, because like not that long ago, I think it was like just a few weeks ago, my boyfriend was in the shower and he was literally listening to the songs. Like I heard it, I was like, is he in the shower watching a movie? But then I realized, no, he's just listening to the songs. So I was like, well, whatever.
We don't talk about Bruno or something like that. I don't.
It's
really catchy. You're gonna get it.
It is.
Yeah. I might just listen to the music of the movie and stuff like that, because Encanto felt like it was trying to be a Latin Frozen, if that makes sense to me, to y'all, because I was like, oh, here we go. It ain't no damn villain, which it really wasn't no villain in Frozen, and it's about this girl trying to learn about herself with magic involved, and that's my problem with the recent Disney movies. Is that's why I stayed away from the movie, and I think that's probably why a lot of people stayed away from the movie too, because they were like, Disney, you done did this for the past couple of Disney movies where there's really no villain in your movies, but you want people to watch it. Like, come on.
Yeah, I guess it could also be because, like, I mean, if this is the reason why they're doing it, I guess I could understand where like they've noticed people are identifying so strongly with the villains that they're like, maybe we shouldn't give them villains that are cool anymore. It's like, but that's not the point. If people are identifying with the villain, well, that's their problem. It's not the movie's problem. It's because they want to take it that way, and that's not really something you can control. If people think that Cruella de Vil is more cool than like the family in 101 Dalmatians, well, I mean, it might just be because she looks cool. I don't know. I doubt it's because people are like, yes, I want to slaughter puppies too. Like, it has nothing to do with that. You know what I mean?
That always gets to me. I'm like, out of all the villains, I hate her the most, but her design is like, in the it's not in the original movie that I like, but it's like the 90s live action one. That is like one of the designs I love. And now since they made that newer one, I'm like, ugh, I can't stand to see her now.
I love the Glenn Close movie. Oh my god, that, like, y'all, everybody was trying to talk about how the Emma Stone one was way better than the live action one that Glenn Close did. I said, hush your mouth. I like Emma Stone, but Emma Stone can never out-act Glenn Close. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Glenn Close,
like I like Emma Stone too, but that movie was trash.
The Cruella de Vil origin movie with Emma Stone, right? I mean, Emma,
yeah, like that one was just terrible. Like it's supposed to be set in like it keeps going back and forth. Like it's supposed to be set in like 20s London, but then she's going to like a Pakistani restaurant. I was like, okay, there wouldn't have even been any Pakistanis hardly at all at that time in London. And then she's doing all of this punk stuff. I was like, okay, so that's the 70s. But then she's like listening to music that's like the 90s. I was like, what time period is this supposed to be? Because y'all seem all kinds of confused.
Yes, yeah. And then I don't care what none of y'all say, Glenn Close outfits were way better than what I saw from the live action one. Don't care what anybody says. I looked at some of the costumes that Emma Stone was wearing, and I was like, what Glenn Close was wearing in the 90s was better. Sorry. And it felt like Cruella de Vil. That didn't feel like Cruella de Vil. That felt like Harley Quinn on crack.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too.
Let's see, who is worse, DC or Marvel right now? DC. Like, DC is heartbreaking. DC breaks my heart. What's that scene from? What's that scene from Star Wars Episode 3? Annie, you break my heart. I can't follow the path you chose to go down. DC, you break my heart. I can't follow this path you chose to go down.
Yeah, I think I'd pick DC too. I'm like, because they still have one or two okay books out there, but I'm like, overall the majority of them are just like frustrating. Marvel still has some. They're not doing shit to like promote most of their stuff, but they do actually have like a handful of like really good books. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah. And for me, when Marvel make changes, Marvel make changes that doesn't really break my heart. The only thing that really broke my heart with Marvel was the destruction of Mary Jane and Peter's marriage. That was probably like the one time most of the people from Marvel was like, this is heartbreaking. But DC keeps doing heartbreaking shit nowadays. You like, man, DC, God damn it, I don't think I got enough heart for this. Like, y'all keep doing stuff. Like with Marvel, when they make changes, you're like, okay, whatever, Marvel, because somebody's gonna retcon it anyway, eventually. But with DC, man, DC, when DC breaks your heart, they break your heart. And when they make changes, they make major changes compared to what Marvel be doing. Marvel's nowhere close of changing things where you can just walk away from Marvel. I mean, like, you can choose not to read half of the stuff that Marvel put out, but then you'll be like, oh, okay, this comic book is great or whatever and stuff like that, and the rest of them you kind of ignore. But with DC, it's like almost all of DC's line is just one shattering heartbreak after another one. The Milestone Return stuff, Superman being raped in prison, Superman being killed on War several times, Diana ignoring Cassie and Donna, Yara being a snooze fest, John Kent being bisexual, Aqualad being gay for no reason. It's just too many numerous of things at DC that is just so heartbreaking to the point where you're like, holy crap, DC. And DC is in the news for all the wrong reason. And not even just their comic books, their shows and their movies are also doing dumb shit too. Like, have any of you guys y'all seen the what the director said to us about the Batgirl thing, where he was like, shut the fuck up and watch the movie?
They always say shit like that. Like, well, you just need to watch it and then judge. It's like, no, we can see what's coming. And what's always funny is when they say shit like that, like, we always end up being right with our assumptions. Like, we don't need to shut up and watch it. Y'all need to do a better job, A, of promoting it, and B, of actually making the shit. Because we know exactly what we're going to get before we go and watch it, and then we're right. And then you're sitting there still mad, like, well, y'all didn't give it a fair chance. It's like, no, you did a bad job. Ain't no two ways about it. You did a bad job, and then you tried to bitch like, well, you need to go and watch it, and then we did, and you're like, well, y'all are just mad. No, you're just mad, and you've been mad since before the movie came out.
Yeah, like, you can, and then that's my thing too, because I think your best friend, she made a video about I guess the director came out and apologized or something like that, and talking about they respect them for that or whatever. No, I'm not respecting the motherfucker for apologizing. They should have never have said shit. And no, I'm still not gonna watch the damn lame ass Batgirl movie. Because first off, y'all talking about that this costume ain't the final costume. Okay, so why would you show not the final costume then? That doesn't make logical sense. Why would you show me the costume that isn't going to be the main costume then as promotional art? What logic?
Yeah, I saw that she had a video about that. Like, the director is right. I didn't watch it because I have too much respect for myself. But like, I did see where she had that video out, and I was like, man, you are willing to defend anything and everything that anything even remotely connected to DC is doing. Like, no matter what it is, you are going to guarantee that you are just going to lay down and make sure everybody knows that you love it. I'm like, at what point am I supposed to actually take you seriously when you're basically telling us that you are absolutely a shill for this company? That's all you're here to do, is just try and grandstand and defend everything that they do, why should I respect your opinion? I know what it's going to be before I even watch your video. I don't even have to ask you to know what you're thinking.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And then my thing is, and I don't like how they again stop telling people that they have to give something a chance. No, your buying audience don't owe you a damn thing. You have to make it where I want to see it. If you can't make it where I want to see it, I don't owe you nothing. And I get tired of Hollywood or people who are defending trying to tell people we need to give stuff a fair shake. No, this is my money. This is my time. I don't owe you a damn thing to do. You're not paying me. They're not paying me. So why should I? No, he said what he said. Okay, great. Live with it. Understand that I do not have to watch your movie. Understand that I won't watch your movie. And understand the costume, the decision that you chose were stupid because they do dumb decisions. You know, you okay. I like Batgirl, right? Okay, I understood you was going to use Barbara Gordon. Did I want you to use Barbara Gordon? Not really. But okay, I accept the Barbara Gordon thing. Cool. But then you race swap Barbara Gordon. Now, everybody done seen Barbara Gordon in several live action and animated productions. She's always been a white woman. Why did you think that making her a black Dominican woman was something really cute? Well, she's a little bit pale like a white woman, but she's not a white woman. Her dad is white. Why is she Dominican? Why is she black Dominican? How does that even work?
I guess Barbara's mother needs some explaining to do.
I know, yeah. That's the milkman's baby or something. I don't know what happened there.
They probably gonna say, watch it. They probably gonna say she's adopted. Of course she is.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Of course she is, because they gotta explain why she a different race. Okay, so you using Barbara Gordon. All right, cool. You race swapped her. If I can overlook that, I'm gonna pretend like I'm pretend like I can overlook it. Then you get to the costume, and you use the worst Batgirl costume of all of the Batgirl runs, Burnside, and talking about it's her year one costume. No, it's not. Have you guys not even read Batgirl Year One? Please read Batgirl Year One. That's not even the costume that she wore. Matter of fact, that's not even the costume she wore her first appearance. Why is a costume from 1968 looking better than a costume from 2022? That don't make no sense. Why is Batman and Robin Batgirl costume looking better than 2022? Why is the terrible Birds of Prey TV show, which actually is better than the movie, looking better than a 2022 show movie with actual budget?
Yeah, I was a little surprised that they picked the Burnside costume, especially because I was like, y'all know that was designed by Cameron Stewart, right? Who, let's not forget, since we always want to talk about people's past, he was literally like called out for his like sexual misbehavior. And y'all picked the suit that he made to put in the movie? I was like,
yeah,
y'all didn't think this all the way through, did you?
And then they got mad that a lot of fans didn't like it. Well, it looks like cheap cosplay. You can't get mad that that's what it looks like. It looks like cheap cosplay. And when
I wouldn't say it looks like cheap cosplay. I would just say it looks average at best. Like,
no, it's cheap
cheap
cosplay.
is like cheap is when you have the fucking fabric and it's like stretching the fuck out, and you're like, you have it all bursting open. And I'm talking from experience and from what I've seen in a hotel room. So, compared to that, I'd rather see them in the Burnside costume than seeing them rip open their spandex. That's just my personal opinion.
I wouldn't want to see the Burnside costume anyway. But the guy, when they did the Burnside run, he admitted that they changed the costume because they wanted to be more friendly and make it more easier for people to cosplay the costume. Why is cosplaying the first thing that came to your mind when you designed Batgirl's new costume? Especially, no offense, I mean, Gail Simone is a freaking crackhead right now, but her new 52 run on Batgirl was fantastic. If any of you guys haven't read it, read it. It's a good run. Even though I didn't agree with Barbara Gordon being Batgirl, it's a good ass.
Oh, we're not gonna get into that. We're not about to get into none of that. We know that Trey wants her maimed. He wants her legs cut off. He wants her put in a wheelchair.
Oh, we're not talking about that right now. We're not talking about the.
You're always gonna go straight back to it, though, Trey. We always know you will.
We're talking about the fact that Gail Simone wrote a good Batgirl run in the New 52. I was hesitant because I was pissed off that they took away from Cassandra Cain. But the New 52 Batgirl run that Gail Simone did, fantastic. It's a fantastic read, and I'm telling you guys, read it. It's a good run. But but you leave that excellent Batgirl run, and then you get to Shitville over here with Burnside. First off, the artwork looks like trash. Then the costume looks like trash. And then you say, oh, you made it because you wanted Barbara to be this fun, hip, young girl who is trying to get away from the dark grittiness of Gotham City, even though she's still in Gotham City. And then you come up with some lame excuse on her equipment got burnt up, so she had to come up with a fast costume that she can put together. So she took a leather jacket, leggings, and yellow tennis shoe boots on, strapped a belt on, and put a cowl on, and attached the cape to a leather jacket, and came up with that costume. And you mean tell me Batman, Nightwing, Titans, nobody, Black Canary couldn't have gave her a better costume or help her create one? She's a genius, for God's sakes. And you mean tell me this the costume that Batgirl would have chose? Nah, miss me with that one. You can miss.
It only makes sense if it was beginning. Then okay, fine, whatever. But with this suit, I kind of don't mind it if it was a beginning suit. But if we're gonna talk about there was a better suit that actually had the same color scheme. I'm trying to remember what it looked like. Like it had a bigger cape and it made her look more mature. It still kind of seems similar to the Burnside costume, keeping the color scheme, but it worked. I'm trying to remember what it looked like.
You talking about the new costume that they put in the Tom Taylor Nightwing run? I was like, oh, Ray, we brought back the Burnside costume again, but we matured it a little bit. It's still the same concept. She puts on a leather jacket, she put on leggings, and she has a longer cape. And it's supposed to be a little bit more sophisticated, but it's still that costume that's so cheap that it's not a superhero costume. It's not, and especially not for that character. You have to know who your character is before you suit them up. It doesn't matter if you like the costume, that's fine. But you have to understand.
It just kind of works in general when it comes to her character. But
you have to understand who Barbara Gordon is as a character. She's a sophisticated young woman that wouldn't be wearing something that is easily injured, especially when she has to protect her back from, getting attacked. Because remember, she still have that chip in her back. So it wouldn't make any sense for her to be wearing something that's less protective than her New 52 costume, or even her Sean Gordon Murphy costume that she wore post Rebirth, which the costume actually explained with the whole which is a back piece that protects her back and give her a little bit more suitable for her back. So it's kind of weird that they were like, hey, this is the costume that Barbara Gordon would wear. Now if we were talking about Stephanie Brown's Batgirl, sure, I could accept her wearing that because that's Stephanie's personality. That's what Stephanie would wear. But Barbara Gordon, nah, it's weird. And then for the director to think that most people would like that costume, when again the average person who's seen Batgirl have the memories of Birds of Prey, the Alicia Silverstone costume, and the Yvonne Crane costume. So you had to make the costume better than those three costumes, and you didn't. What did you think was going to happen? Of course people were going to hate that damn lame-ass costume. Because, again, a lot of average people don't read the comic books. So a lot of average people ain't trying to hear your excuses about, well, it's based off of this. No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. They only see an ugly costume that looked like it came from Party City.
Anyways, guys, let's keep reading the comments.
Don't do anything. Don't do me like that.
We're doing it. We got to continue.
Don't do me like that, Kate.
Yeah, we're going to do it.
I don't do it when you ramble. I didn't even say anything bad about Barbara this time. I didn't even say anything bad about her this time.
I wasn't saying you were saying something bad. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who are commenting, and I was just noticing from, where I was just entering back into the chat area to see what was going on. And I was like, okay, we should probably pay attention to like the discussion that everyone's having. And I'm like, that's what I was doing. I wasn't saying your rambling wasn't important, dude.
All I know is you want the woman crippled. You hating. You a hater. I felt the malice in your voice, Trey. I saw you didn't say it. You hadn't said it, but I heard it. I heard it in the voice, in the tone, and the attitude. You want her?
No, crippled. I didn't. Not this time. Not this time, Dylan. What I said I prefer it to be Cassandra Cain, but I said okay, Barbara Gordon, and then didn't I praise the New 52 run? I praise the New 52 run.
Lord, come down and help Trey. He is lying right now. He is lying on your time. I'm gonna need you to come down and counsel Trey.
Okay, Dylan. Well, you read the New 52 Batgirl run and come back to me and see if I'm lying about it being better than the current shit.
It definitely is. One thing I did have a problem with on the New 52 shit was that they gave her a villain and they named the villain Nightfall. I was like, why would you name a villain after a Batman storyline? That I did not like, but the rest of the shit was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, I'm not gonna sit up here and lie and say it wasn't a good read. I can see why people was upset when they replaced Gail Simone with whoever the fuck that is who wrote Burnside, because when you read Burnside and you read the New 52 run, you like, holy crap, this person don't have no idea how to write Batgirl at all. But yes, let me get back to my comments.
Yeah, let's see.
People want to be special and control others. That is definitely true. Shira and the non-binary alien lizard character, I was like, oh man, Netflix. Wait, what? That's Netflix did all of that? Shit. That sounds crazy. Like, I don't understand what non-binary means. No offense to the LGBT. See, I'm not even about to say all of that. See, it's too much new shit. But I don't understand how you can't choose not to have a gender. You have to have a gender. Either you're trans or you're biological gender. Yeah. When you sit down or when you pull out your pants or whatever, does a slong come out of there or not? You'll know your answer.
Yeah, that's the one that always confuses me the most when they're like Vita Ayala talking about she's trans and non-gender. I'm like, so how are you? What did you transition from to? Like, if you have no gender, what did you go from to? Like, it's nothing. Like, what the
she
fuck
went
does that
from?
mean?
She went from okay intelligence to stupid. That's her trans. That's how she transitioned.
Like, what the hell?
Let's see. Imagine if someone makes a dude who happens to be a fashion designer, who happens to be straight, but the thing is that his business is a front to provide superhero suits for heroes and/or villains. That could be interesting. That could be an interesting storytelling device, depending on whose story is going to be in and depending on what universe it's supposed to be in. But that actually could be a good idea, actually. I like it. Let's see. It's confusing even when you're trying to be understanding. Non-binary comes off as either people who are confused or just non-conforming to their gender and sex, dressing and acting masculine or feminine. I think it's just an excuse for people to dress up weird.
Yeah. They want attention.
Pretty much. Roland Dodge says comics are like Yuri and Yaoi now, which he means gay and lesbian comics. Pretty much. Mm-hmm. Pretty much every week it's another character, LGBT, or they throwing it in our face more so than anything else. You talking about, oh, you guys are just saying that, but we don't say nothing when you guys throw your straightness in our face. I mean, you can't really throw it in your face. It's part of human nature. You know,
it is what it is. Like,
it is what it is. But now y'all throwing it in our face. Y'all forcing people.
Yeah, that's like people in wheelchairs being like, all of y'all always walking around, always throw it in our face that you can walk. It's like, that's how we get around. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right. You want us all to be crippled like you? Damn.
I know. Like, what?
Let's see, Dylan. It almost sounds like the oppressed desire a sense of purpose or something.
Mm-hmm. Motherfuckers need Jesus, not a purpose.
Video games are annoying me. Body type 1 and 2 makes no sense. Diversity and inclusion, man. Diversity and inclusion. That's your answer. Derek said, but Yuri and Yaoi actually outsells them, though. That's true. That is definitely true because they have good stories and good design, character designs. Sadly, I don't
people are freaks.
I don't dare you. You know, they have good stories. They tell it's not only is it about the sex, it's also about telling a good story. DC and Marvel can't even do that. Mm-hmm. Like, damn, at least if you're gonna make the characters LGBT, at least tell a damn story.
Exactly.
Let's see. Non-binary also indirectly hurts men and women, boys and girls, and who are either tomboys or effeminate men. Things that are comfortable with themselves and not experiencing dysphoria. Yeah, you are right. There are tomboys and tomgirls out there that people love to try to confuse, things on. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Being a victim is the ultimate virtue. You're always justifying that everyone owes you. Pretty much.
True.
I love the relationship between Alan Scott and his wife, the original Harley Quinn. Yeah, me too. That's why I did a drawing of them too. Mm-hmm. I was like, no, this is Alan Scott true love, not that bullshit. Free Fire Pro says, disagree with you, Kate. I don't care if it's her beginning year costume that looks ugly. Besides, Barb's color is black and gold. Cass is black and Stephanie is purple. Why give her Stephanie color scheme and personality? Yeah, that they did give Barbara Gordon more of Stephanie Brown's personality in later years. Like, it's just like, what the hell? Like, when Gail Simone left the run, she literally became Stephanie Brown instead of her own character, which is sad. Which, yeah, you are right. Purple. I did remember purple. And purple and gold is mostly Stephanie's color, but because they're big, the only reason why people are saying that it worked is because the original Batgirl was played by Yvonne Crane, and because she wore purple and yellow, people kind of assume that that's why they used the Burnside costume to pay homage to Yvonne Crane, but it doesn't work because Yvonne Crane's Batgirl costume was an actual costume and not something that you buy off the street and put together. But anyway, let's see what else. His son was gay. Why did they change that? His son is still gay, and his son is trying to understand why his dad is gay now. Or I mean, like, when did he know he was gay? Because they did it in Infinite Frontier, the first issue, when Obsidian and Alan Scott were sitting down talking about it, and he was like, "Dad, you only been gay for like two months," and stuff like that. And then he started explaining when he fell in love with this guy, and when he knew, and it's just like, oh, go to hell, Alan Scott. And then they were meeting up so Green Lantern can meet Obsidian's boyfriend. And I was just like, what? Oh, okay, whatever. It's funny how accepting Damian Wayne, who I don't care for, was so accepting for John Kent. I saw Dylan's review. Yeah, it was so out of character for Damian, but they had to make Damian like John's boyfriend because diversity and inclusion. Okay, continue.
Yeah, what I saw in like the comments, like from mine, was that apparently it wasn't supposed to be Damian; that it was originally supposed to be Tim, but that at some point they like changed it to Damian, so that's why he's acting so out of character. I was like, that definitely makes sense because yeah, he was not acting like Damian at all. But then again, I guess it wouldn't make sense for Tim to be like, oh well, I'm just really happy for you or whatever. Like, I guess it would make sense in the fact that, Tim is in some instances is bisexual now for him to get it. But again, I was like, none of this makes any fucking sense, especially not that little ponytail that Jay had on. I was like, what the hell y'all doing? Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
Let's see what else. Hold on, I'm trying to get back to the comment. Hold on, I just lost the comment.
Oh no!
No, I just had it. Hold on. Sorry, guys. The comments went all the way down to the bottom. I know I saw it. I just saw it. Hold on. Live chat. Oh man. Okay. This thing just erased all of them. This thing just erased all of my messaging. Okay, so give me a second so I can get back to the little thingy. I want to make sure I'm reading all y'all comments correctly.
I'm surprised nobody really recognizes these designs, but whatever.
You mean the anime girls ones? Yeah,
I love those designs. They're like, I feel like if we did more of that in the DC universe, making the costumes more detailed like that and pretty badass, or very sexy in some ways. Like, I think Supergirl's costume. Honestly, I think this would be one of the best costumes in the DC universe compared to her, New 52 costume that she had. That was probably one of her best costumes yet, if for her character.
Yeah, gross. That costume.
Yep. I knew you were going to react like that every time.
I was just waiting for it. I was like, "Here, go Trey."
Was trash. Because my thing is how people were complaining about her post-crisis costume, which she had a Supergirl costume on. All it did was show her midriff, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, it's over sexualized." And then you look at the New 52 costume, and it is literally nothing. I mean, that little red part is barely covering up her pussy. And I'm like, yeah, this costume is way better than her previous costume. I was like, this costume, her ass cheeks are literally out. What are you talking about, people? I mean, I don't care if people like the costume. I don't like the whole contradiction of, oh, it was a problem when her stomach was out. But because she's barely wearing anything at the bottom, she was literally wearing just a Supergirl chest plate, and she's barely wearing anything under there. And then she's wearing long boots, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't as sexualized as her midriff skirt costume.
I'm trying to remember the other Supergirl costume I like, because it was actually not from the main comics. I'm trying to remember precisely what it was, but basically it was like she had like a skirt cape. And she had pants on, so I thought that was pretty badass.
Wasn't that the Future State one? I could swear I remember that where she had on a skirt, but it was actually acting as the cape because it was red.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
Oh, you talking about the Smallville costume? Yeah, the Smallville costume did that one. Yeah, that was from another Earth. Thank goodness.
I really think it would really work for her to either wear that one or the New 52 one for if she ever becomes Superwoman, leaving the girl part behind and becoming an adult. That would be pretty badass to me. And I'm sure plenty of guys will be like, dazzling Kate, you think that, why do you think that's a good thing? And I'm like, I'd rather see the character develop. I'm tired of you
want to cover up these female characters, dazzling Kate. Like, god damn it, shit. You damn no female.
Guys, I practically like these anime costume designs, but I do like me some good, concealed costumes as well.
I mean, that's great, but that's why these comic books are failing, because they want to cover the damn characters up. That's clearly.
They just need to do another comic.
I will say the Amicami stuff does look really cool.
Comic book, but let's be honest, the comic book was only made so they can sell the figurines, which those figurines did sell well. But the stories weren't about nothing. The stories were hot trash, to be honest. But
who cares about the stories? The designs were fun.
I mean, no, that's what I'm saying. When you but you see, another thing is they made the costumes and the designs sexy, and they made them appealing. When you put pants on Supergirl, her ratings drop. We saw that. That's what happened with Melissa Benoist. When they were like, "Let's put pants on her. Let's put pants on her," and then everybody was like, "And we're out, and we're out of here." And that's exactly
all I know is that there are some male characters they need to take the pants off of, but that just might be my particular opinion. Take it from what you will.
Be a good idea for next week's stream, Dylan. Maybe I can draw Nightwing wearing the leotard, and it would really work. That would be
Nightwing with leotards doesn't make sense. If he's Robin, sure. Which he actually did wear it all the way up until he became Nightwing. Nightwing doesn't make sense.
You could totally pull it off again. I can redesign it if you guys want.
You don't need to redesign it. You don't need to redesign
it. I could definitely have that. Have Dick Grayson at 26 years old putting on his old Robin costume.
You know, they actually had a story in the post crisis where he actually did put back on that costume, and then I think Starfire was like mentioned something about his quads, and he was embarrassed by wearing the costume again because she was a freak. Let's be honest. You know, Starfire loves her Dick Grayson. But it was like
I didn't even think you were gonna say Grayson. I was like, I agree, she does.
Yeah, oh my goodness, though.
Let's see. I'm trying to get back to the comments because everything went.
I don't think everyone's going to complain if you can't catch up because everyone's just going nuts with the comments right now. No offense, guys. We love you guys whenever you comment. Yeah. It really means a lot.
We're glad y'all are here talking.
I am so glad you guys are commenting and stuff like that. I just was trying to make sure I was reading everybody's comments because I know there are some that ask questions, but I cannot find any of them. But I'm just going to start where I see some questions at. Damn, how progressive is it to say, or she's buff, must be a lesbian? Way to not judge people. They love making buff women LGBT for some odd reason. And I'm just like, yeah, way to stereotype them. Let's see. I have a question. Do you still hate Injustice? I'm talking about the animated movie. Yes, I do hate the Injustice animated movie. I thought it was lazy. I thought it was hot trash, and it was just like I predicted. I said, watch, they gonna half-ass do this movie, and they gonna skip so many parts of the movie. And they did.
I completely forgot it came out. I need to watch it. Shit, I forgot.
Dylan, I thought you watched it.
I didn't. I was going to. I saw like clips of it, especially the part where Nightwing died, but I haven't seen the actual movie yet. I forgot that it came out. I need to go watch it.
I could have sworn, well, because we was on the little live stream talking about it, and you didn't even say a damn thing that you didn't even watch it.
and now you know why I hadn't. Sometimes if you just don't say shit, people won't know shit.
Well, I mean, I don't care. I mean, did I really spoil the movie? I mean, you already seen the Injustice game. You already know.
Yeah, I played the game, so I know what actually happens, and I read the comics, so I'm like, I know what happened.
Yeah. Like we read it's kind of funny when I was seeing people in the comments was like, "Don't spoil Injustice the movie." What are you talking about? If you read the comics, or you played the video game, that's it.
That story has been out for years before they made the movie. Like, you should already know what happened,
right? Mitch says, I like muscular girls. It's the increase in testosterone. Okay,
I could get with that. Yeah.
I like seeing beautiful women, but what attracts me the most about the opposite sex is the content of their character and personality. Everything else is a bonus. Oh, that's
okay. So go on ahead, Martin Luther King.
That is so cliche and not true at all.
It can be true if it wants. If I can find
no. I'm talking about most people. Most people would be like, okay, sure, but let's be honest. Most of us do like attractionness on a person. Yes, it's good to have a good character personality, but let's be honest. We are looking at looks first and foremost. And anybody who said they're not is a whole damn lie and must be the most God fearing person of all time, because if you talking about you don't look at people for their looks first, yeah.
I mean, I won't lie. For me, I'm just like, if I can find myself a nice Scott Eastwood, I'll be set for life. I'll be set for good life.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And
that's a good taste, Kate.
We're human.
Mm-hmm. It is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't.
The animated Injustice movie will not be well remembered. Also, I forgot to add liking tomboys too in the previous post. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Dominic. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Honestly, a girl that works out would motivate me to work out more. Well, Mitch, you just got to go to the gym and find one. I'm quite sure you can get one.
They're pretty more nicer than the guys. I mean, one time that would be a weird story to like remember. Ooh, actually, no. Oh, fuck. What is with you guys today?
Let's see. Dylan, the raging mashed potatoes.
Holding it down, changing the channel name to that. Hit me up, the raging mashed potatoes.
What is your favorite superhero and why?
Oh my.
I feel like we answered this question like almost every stream, to be honest.
It's totally understandable. Mine always changes though, so
really, and mine never has. Well, it has a couple times, but like if you're asking me who my favorite, and I have no problem. I am glad that you asked. Who was it that asked? Lisa Starr. I'm
Yeah.
glad you asked that. We have no problem with y'all asking that. Ask us every stream as long as you're a new viewer. My favorite is Dr. Midnight, the Golden Age hero. Reason why? Because well, for a few different reasons. He's Catholic, which I was raised Catholic, and as far as I know, there aren't that many outwardly, like explicitly Catholic superheroes. So, and I love his powers, related to darkness. He can see in the darkness. He has an owl sidekick. I love owls. He what's another thing? He was actually the very first disabled superhero. He actually predated Marvel's Daredevil. So I mean, if you're looking at like who was first, he was the very first blind superhero. So I mean, just everything all together, he's really cool, and I love the way that Jeff Johns handled him. Like I love him. He's such a cool character.
Let's see. Who do I normally say? Because sometimes I even forget my own favorite superhero. Only because it's nothing against you, Lisa Starr. It's only because we get asked all the time that sometimes I can't even. I forget my own goddamn favorite superhero character. So it's nothing against you. I just be forgetting sometimes.
Yeah, for us, it's like we hear it so often. Sometimes it's just like the first hero that we think of. It's like that's my favorite one, and here's why.
Yeah, like when people ask me, I'm like, oh crap, oh man, what's my favorite superhero? Ooh, like because now my brain is like having a brain fart. Like, damn it, we forgot our own favorite superhero. For me, I'm gonna say Superboy, Connor Kent. The reason why I like Connor Kent is because he has like that inner struggle of trying to live up to something from both sides of his lineage. I like how he was like this wild child in the beginning, and then Jeff Johns matured him and grounded him a little bit. And I think I can connect to that groundness of like being a wild person and then, kind of maturing a little bit, but still fighting that darkness within while trying to still do good. Yep. Kate, you got a new one?
Well, it does rotate from time to time. I mean, like right now, it's probably just like Hal Jordan because I'm just like, I don't know. I just keep thinking about how fun the designing could be for his costume from time to time, and plus, I just like the complication relationships he has. But okay, aside from that, it's mostly Dazzler because pretty blonde, blue-eyed, looks like everything I want to be in life. Yeah, that's one reason why I kind of like her, and plus, I was getting the older comics during, the time I was getting into it, so I kind of read more about her repetitively read about her when growing up. So she's kind of my go-to after like Lois Lane.
I like it.
Nice. Let's see. Oh man, hold on. I like Terry Crews if I were gay. Oh, there go Arno. There go Arno again. Oh, you corrupt the chat, Arno. Yeah. The only good thing that came out from the Injustice movie was the little scenes with Damian and Dick. Okay. Misgendered doll in Teen Titans comic. I think it was. Look, that little rag doll thing. All right, the mystical sidekick of Dr. Fate, which doesn't make any sense because Dr. Fate never had a sidekick. But sure, why not? We're gonna pretend like he has one. And yeah, I would have been like, all right, get the little rag doll thing up out of here because I'm not doing it. I'm not doing this.
My whole thing was, why would you make Stitch Dr. Fate's sidekick when Ragman exists and she looks like him? Like, what the fuck? Nah.
It made no sense. That don't make sense. I gave.
That kind of entered my mind. I was like, isn't there a super character that's like Ragman or something? Like, doesn't? Yep. Oh my god, it always happens, and it's like, good potential to give, Dr. Fate a sidekick. I mean, I would love to see him be more of a, character with a sidekick, but the problem is like you don't really have an interactions with these characters. I think he only appeared like once or twice and that was fucking it. And I'm like, okay, first of all, if you're going to have a sidekick character, you need to introduce them before you throw them into Titans Academy. You can't just say, they're sidekick. When did this happen? There are some times where it can, work well, but there are some other times where it can't work well because it's like we don't get enough substance of their personality or connections with these other characters. So saying that it's like, oh well, it works well with this, and I'm like, no, it does not work like that. It needs to have some kind of substance, otherwise it's not going to work out well for the character to be liked or disliked. It just really depends on how people perceive it, and a lot of people perceive it as they're a whiny little fucking brat. I don't want anything to do with them. I just can't stand the character in general. I want to give them a chance. I really did, but it's like, can we just skip the part where you're constantly worried about your pronouns and just like, focus on what you're like outside of this? And I think that's the huge problem in like, Titans Academy. They don't focus on one character. They're just like, they could have used, the whole My Hero Academia as an example. They still paid attention to a lot of other characters in the background, but, the main focus was, Izuku. And it's just like, you can't just tell me this is going to have all these characters around, because if you have all these characters around, everyone's going to get lost. Nobody's going to know shit, because it's constantly changing in every single book. And there's a good way you can do it, but that's not how you do it. I'm sorry, I'm just like, every time about Titans Academy, I just get really, really into it.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, and I definitely agree. And like, I was starting to like Stitch when Stitch first came around, and like was talking about like, well, my pronouns or whatever is like, oh well, no, talking about like I prefer to identify as like a quilted whatever the hell. I actually took that as like, okay, see, that's them kind of poking a little bit of fun at the people who have all of these like weird gender identities and shit, and like her just kind of making fun of. And yes, I call her her. I'm not gonna do this they them bullshit. Fuck all of that. We can tell it's a girl. But like when she was doing that, I was like, okay, that's actually kind of funny. And I thought, the character was actually developing in a funny way, which is exactly what I said in my review of the very first one. I was like, this character is literally only here to be comedic relief, to be just like that random character who comes in and says funny shit. I was like, okay, I understand that. I accept it. It's fine. But then, yeah, when you get to this issue where it's like, when like Roy Harper is saying like, shouldn't she go somewhere else? She's like, they are not going anywhere. I was like, see, you just went from 60 to 0. Like, you went from my fascination being up here all the way to down here to where I'm like, I never want to see you in the book again, because you're being annoying about some shit that doesn't even matter. Y'all are talking about hunting down some people, one of them who is literally the Antichrist, and the other one who's Red X, who basically kicked everybody's ass. And you're more worried about them using the right pronouns for you. That is why people hate people who do shit like that, because y'all are annoying at the wrong times.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when I was just like, you were kind of getting somewhere, but now you're just like, you're just coming off as one of those people we just want to toss out of the tower where a giant, man-eating shark might be down there. Or anything at this point, I'll take it. Like, but it's like every time they try to introduce these characters and be like, well, they're, these refreshing faces. And I'm like, okay, first of all, if you're going to introduce a whole entire new set of characters, then do it in a wise way. We don't want characters that just make you want to rip their head off and stuff them into the toilet permanently. I mean, that's what I wanted to do after, Stitch was going into that. I was like, okay, do you mind if you just get near this like giant fucking hedge clippers, please?
Exactly.
Okay. Phew.
And for me, I think another problem with Teen Titans Academy is you're trying to do an academy with Teen Titans, but most people don't give a damn. They only care about the Teen Titans. That will always overshadow what you were trying to do with this academy. Now, if you call this something else, and various characters from the DC universe had appeared as teachers or something like that, sure. Because I think the academy in the DC universe that teaches young heroes could definitely work. But you put it with one of the most popular teams that a lot of people, the only reason why people are reading this book right now isn't for the Academy characters. It's for Robin. I mean, it's for Nightwing, Starfire, Raven, Cyborg, Beast Boy, Donna Troy, and Arsenal. Like, I don't care about the students. They didn't give me enough to care about them, and I think that was the mishap of the book. Is you're trying to take a popular icon, popular thing, and merge it with a school setting, and it just doesn't work to me. It really doesn't.
I mean, I can agree with that in some cases. Like shoving it into what?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, shoving it into a popular team, it does cause a lot of controversy. If it was the Justice League, again, nobody would really care in some cases. But I feel like with the Teen Titans, I feel like their main game right here is that maybe they're doing something they wish they had gotten during their time of becoming heroes and stuff. They needed some kind of guidance, and yeah, I get that. And there were some cases that it could definitely work with the Titans, because I can't really imagine any other teams doing that precisely. Because again, the Justice League, way, way, way up there handling the big crises. They don't have time to teach. And then you got other, other places where it's like, the Outsiders, not really. That is not the good point. You're just trying to find the right team. And I think they chose the Titans because, they used to be teenagers. They're young adults now, but it could it can still work. But it's like the way that they do it with these writers. It's just like they can't find writers worth the shit now. And I'm like, again, I can agree that some of it's kind of annoying because everyone wants to see these main characters. And honestly, I do think seeing them as an adult now than a teen, to be honest, it is kind of refreshing. But in other cases, it's like, again, writer's problem here. They can't do shit because everyone's expecting them to be exactly like they were as teens or much younger. And I'm like, there are some expectations I can understand. There are some that I don't. And it's like with this, it's like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but on the other hand, it could work. But again, it's just like a mixed bottle of whatever you get. It's gonna either make you puke or you're gonna enjoy it. It's a hit or miss. This was obviously a lot of misses, and I just
I missed nothing but misses.
Now that I think about it, what could have worked is if you call it, if it was tied to Young Justice, it would make more sense. Because
why would it make more sense? It's like the same young superhero team, but it's like
the Titans and the Teen Titans are two of DC's most popular IPs, and when you're thinking about the Teen Titans, you're thinking about the team itself. You're not thinking about them teaching students. But if you retitle Young Justice as Young Justice Academy, you can take some of the Young Justice and Titan characters that you aren't really using and put them in that story where they can have missions where they're still being the superheroes, but they return to the academy to help train these new students. So that way you can still have a division of old classic Young Justice characters, but then you have this new generation of Young Justice characters. So when the team when those teams leave, you have these kids that's already trained by them. Because then you can add Red Tornado, you can add Wildcat, and you can add Black Canary in there, teaching those kids. But you also have like Tim Drake Robin, Wonder Girl, Cassie, Connor Kent, Superboy, and Bart Allen Impulse. Since they were the four who started Young Justice, as the leads teaching them and having moments where they're the ones teaching stuff instead of having the Titans do it. Have the Young Justice team do that. So then you can if the four original Young Justice characters need to leave, we already got enough of them where we can understand these students better. But when you put them with characters like Dick Grayson, Starfire, Raven, Beast Boy, and Cyborg, nobody's going to care about those students. But when you team them up with a little bit of those younger sidekicks, you can be like, oh, okay, here's these original Young Justice members teaching this new generation of characters. So if they ever did leave the book, you have these new students who can take in the place of Young Justice. That way you can still have the Teen Titans and the Titans book to themselves. That's would have made way more sense, and it would have doubled your young hero youth characters, where you're like, oh, here are more young characters that we brought up. Because I don't know if any of you guys read the Jeff Johns Teen Titans run, and you start seeing over time he start transitioning some of the older Titans out and put them in other books, but also start slowly bringing in new characters. And that's what how Titans Academy should have been, but it shouldn't have been called Titans Academy. It should have been called Young Justice Academy, because then you have a little bit more leeway, and you don't have to worry about people saying like, hey, we like these characters how they are, because the Titans and the Teen Titans are already a team that already have established characters. But the Teen Titans is a little bit more leeway with changing members, but the Titans are like the original George Perez Titan run that you can't get rid of those characters off the team, and people aren't going to read stories that's not featuring them, but you calling them Titans. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things that I think DC should have thought about, maybe. But
yeah, I think it's mostly because the Titans were the more experienced team outside of Young Justice.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you wouldn't want to do the Titans, because people aren't going to care about the students. That's why the book isn't doing good, because nobody cares about those students. It's fine that Dick Grayson and them are the more experienced one, but that's not why we read the Titans. You know what I'm saying? They're the young adult team who we saw grow up. We don't care about them teaching. Like, most people don't care about them teaching. That's why I'm saying use Young Justice, because that is a team of young superheroes who came together on their own without the Teen Titans, because they weren't old enough to be Teen Titans and they weren't adult enough to be the Titans. So they did it themselves. So if you use the Young Justice as the jumping off point for the Academy, then you can start transitioning these young heroes into Teen Titans and into Titans later on, when you decide to grow them up. That's why I'm saying you use the Young Justice one, because the Young Justice team actually had adults watching them too.
I just think the problem overall, like the biggest problem that they had, was that the focus wasn't on these new heroes. Like, if you're going to call it Teen Titans Academy, but then you're mostly always focusing on the teachers and like the problems they're having, like in relation to something that's going on with the students. It's like there's nothing. Like, when was the last time anybody saw Tubi do anything actually significant? Nothing. The last time was when he was in the last issue, where he was like, you guys have to come now, there's a problem. And that's the only time we saw him. And the same thing with the other characters, with Stitch, with what's his name, Matt Smith, with that other girl, the Flash one that apparently is going by the name of Bolt. Like, you never see these characters doing anything. It's always the main Titans, the ones that we all know. They're the ones who are actually doing shit. And then every so often, one of these characters will pop in like, oh, something happened, or, oh, we need your help. And it's like, the focus should be on this new, if you want this to be about a new generation of heroes, the focus, the spotlight should be all on them, and every so often have the older Titans come in to maybe teach them something or help them with something. But it should be about these young, like, when was the last time anybody had anything to say about the Bat Pack? Like, all of those characters, Chupacabra, Brat Girl, and then like whatever, the Mega Bat, all of these characters, like, they introduced them and they haven't done shit with them since, like, all of that shit like kind of like rested once they introduced them all. Now it's just been about the oldest trying to figure out, what are we going to do next? Dane has gone evil and Red X is still out there running around. What are we going to do? And I'm like, the book shouldn't even be about them figuring shit out. It should be about the younger kids trying to figure shit out. If you're going to try and make it about some newer like heroes, make them the stars of the book. Like, that's the whole point of this. It's not to be about, well, here are the Titans, and I'm assuming at some point the younger kids are going to come in to help them out. I'm like, that should have never been the focus. The focus should have been on these young kids, them developing as heroes, and maybe getting like some pointers from the older heroes. That's what it should have been, and they just completely abandoned that and started doing their own thing.
I think, and you can, another thing, it feels like it was a forced mandate too. It was a forced mandate on them. Like, I think the original writers were not thinking about these students, that they were thinking about, okay, now we're going to make this cool Teen Titans book. And then it was like, no, you're going to take some of those future state characters and you're going to de-age them and you're going to make them students. And then you're going to make an academy out of and you're going to merge it with the Teen Titans book. and it's going to have a mixture of Teen Titans and Titans characters all together, teaching these new generation kids how to be heroes. And it's just like that was one of those things that was definitely a mistake, to be honest. And again, that's why I had threw the Young Justice out, because at least it makes sense with them, because they were young kids and because they did have a chaperone, and Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman were watching them a little bit closer because it were their kids, sort of, and stuff like that. That's why they should have went with Young Justice instead of the Teen Titans and Titans. Because remember, a lot of people were upset at how the Teen Titans and the Titans Rebirth runs ended, where the teams were like literally destroyed at the end for dumb shit. And then you're asking us, hey, here's Future State Teen Titans, and Future State Teen Titans was hot trash. And then you're like, hey, read Teen Titans Academy, and it's hot trash too. Like, you really need to focus on rebuilding the Teen Titans and Titans brand again before you start saying, hey, let's do an academy. You know?
Mm. All I gotta say is I'm a little bit offended that there is a bot in the chat that goes by the name of King Gay, because we all know that I am the King Gay. So I'm gonna need you to leave, sir, and or madam.
Let me see if I can find this one, because I haven't seen it.
Okay. Oh wow, that is a lot of comments.
The elite says your problems is literally this, that they are to sell a product, because if they keep on telling the same old stories that's done before. I don't understand that. I don't understand how that was stated, but okay, sure. It's not really my problem. It's their problem. They're the ones who want to create stories, but then can't be creative with them. Okay. Diversity is not an excuse. Is not an excuse on blaming something that clearly is not there to sell a product. That is it. There is no different on selling the toy or game. No, there's a difference. There's a difference. Actually, yeah, there is, because if you've been paying attention to what Hollywood and them been saying, a lot of people who work in Hollywood says the problem is that a lot of their products or whatever isn't diverse enough. They changed a lot of things because it has to have a diversity quota into it. Why do you think we get the race changes, the sexuality changes for diversity reasons? So no, yes, diversity is an excuse. Yeah, it is definitely an excuse. I can definitely tell you that it is, because it's been a problem that even normal people are starting to notice, where they're getting tired of the forced diversity in things. So yeah, diversity is a problem, because it's not naturally done. If you want to do diversity, there's a way to do diversity, but the way they go about it isn't good. It's lazy, it's pandering, and is downright insulting to the people that they're trying to pander to. And the toys, what toys? Depending on what we're talking about, they're not making Batgirl movie toys. We haven't seen any of that yet. You know what I mean? And there are a lot of, even with The Witcher, they weren't making Witcher toys for us. They made a video game that sold well. And because it sold well, they made a video game out of it. It's the same thing with The Last of Us. There weren't merchandises of the game first. It was the game first, and the game was successful. And then with the second game come around, all they had to do was make a second game to sell that kind of stuff. Not everything goes about a toy or a game. And again, you still have to have a good story and a good foundation. But if you lead with, diversity and stuff like that, it doesn't work. Sorry. That's just how it is. Let's see. No. Let's see. Hold on. I personally feel that a hero should always have the kill option if it's the last resort. And honestly, most writers do that if it makes sense to the plot again. Hold on. I can't really see all of that. Give me a second. It keeps going all the way up. Plot again, but any sense? Make it any sense? Okay. So all right. Yes. Kate, when are you going to draw a panel from your favorite comic book, Mom, on stream?
Oh my freaking god! Which one of those freaking, lovely people said that?
That's Free Fire, bro. Your best friend.
Oh, right. I'll make sure I make a nice special one for you, Free Fire Pro.
Let's see. Non-binary just reinforce gender stereotypes, pretty much. Tomboy power. Blue Wind says, I'm planning on drawing a Mayday Parker inspired by your video on how the 616 version, like you said. Awesome. I would love to see it. So tag me, Blue Wind, when you finish doing it. Thank you. People, no, hold on, no, already read that one. Okay. Imagine if someone makes a dude who happens. Oh no, I already read that one too. Sorry, I am. Some of these darn messages are starting to look the damn same. What makes hold on. Let me see if I can show it on the screen. We'll see if it'll let me show it.
Oh boy.
Okay. To me, DC died after Rebirth started because Rebirth killed what made DC good, telling interesting stories, concepts, and ideas for it, even though they rebooted their own continuity. I don't think Rebirth actually killed anything. Rebirth actually brought people back to it after the New 52 destroyed DC. Nobody wanted to read DC after that. You know, like the New 52 was, people keep really thinking like it was not like that at all. Like, the New 52 was successful for literally 3 months, and then right after that, people walked away from it. Let's see. I'm gonna try to see if I can show them up on the screen so we can all read along with these things. It's confusing even when you're trying to be understanding. Non-binary comes off as either people who are confused or just non-conforming to their gender and sex, dressing and acting masculine or feminine. Yep. Let's see. The next one. I'm trying to get all these. To me, Marvel is doing a better job than DC because honestly, they are keeping what people like. Me, Avengers, Iron Man, Thor, interesting ideas, interesting concepts, fresh new ideas. I don't know what damn Marvel you reading. Ain't nothing fresh about damn ideas. Like DC, Marvel literally had got rid of half their characters and replaced them with diverse versions and had to bring them back when they got backlash. And now DC's doing the same thing that Marvel's doing. They ain't nothing different. What fresh ideas? Ain't nothing fresh about what they're doing to Iron Man. Iron Man is apologizing for being a rich white man and being lectured to by Hellcat. Thor is literally being manhandled by his hammer, who is now a female. And the Avengers is hot trash. Have you read the Jason Aaron run? I mean, no, there ain't nothing good coming out of the Avengers. Dominic. Let's see what Dominic says. Okay. Not to mention, Mitch, by making Alan gay, DC erased the representation of a positive relationship between parents and their kids who happen to be LGBT. And it wasn't positive at first. It wasn't positive at first, but that's what made the relationship an interesting one, you know, because Alan wasn't comfortable with it at first, and it took him a while to get used to his son being LGBT. Like, I think a lot of people forget that Alan did not like LGBT people, because you have to remember he grew up in the 1930s, like in 1940s. That was not an acceptable thing. So it's weird when they try to made Alan Scott gay or whatever, when he didn't respect his son. When his son came out, he was not the most accepting parent at all. But you know, we're gonna pretend like that doesn't matter. Never surprised there's a non-binary YouTube who dress like a clown. There are a few. And then they love reminding people how people are being hateful and all kinds of stuff. And I'm just like, oh, shut up. You know, I try to be optimistic. Let's hope a good writer makes John Kent a cool character. I remember when I was like 13 and Young Justice Aqualad was gay, didn't care because the character was dope. Derek, I think you remember Young Justice a little bit different than what most people, because nobody was happy about Aqualad being gay at all, because it came out of left field. But okay.
I was just like, okay, that's random. Well,
yeah, diversity inclusion. Did anybody read She-Hulk this week? Oh shit, She-Hulk came out.
I did. I have it on my bar. I haven't read it yet, but I do have it.
I did not know. I did not know. Okay, I'm gonna have to read it, or if I don't read it, Dylan will probably do a review on it and I'll watch it.
I probably will be pretty soon.
Need to just see if I need to go ahead and pick that book up. Let's see what this person says. Free Fire Pro says, there you go, Kate. You're drawing a real Batgirl costume. That HBO Batgirl costume is ugly, and they're using that ugly Burnside costume. I've seen cosplay better. Can't wait for the Discovery merger.
Oh my gosh. To say that, like, I don't know, like, about you guys, but whenever I think about people saying it's cheaper to, like, for cosplayers to make it, I'm always like, do you guys hear that most of us are, like, the majority of us cosplayers, and there's a very few, you know, cosplayers who can, you know, earn money from cosplaying, so to say that it's cheaper to make that suit, like, the original suit, tell me, where did the cosplay gods teach you the ways of making it under $50? Because I would kill to be able to, you know, make a $50 cosplay of a full suit.
That's why everybody says it is, because it does look like something under $50 that you can literally put together. And again, the writer did say he made it so so cosplayers can make it easier. Like he literally did. Like,
how am I going to find a purple leather jacket? How am I going to dye the leather? How am I going to do all this other shit? Like, how is that easy? How?
I mean, you can probably go to Macy's or something to go find a purple leather jacket with, you know, or Hot Topic.
I've tried.
Hot Topic.
Hot Topic is trash at times.
Well, I don't know. Look. The artist literally stated that he made it to make it easier for cosplayers to cosplay it.
I'm just gonna have to walk up to him and say, like, this ain't easy. Like, I understand Barbara can, you know, sew and shit, and she can make whatever suit she wants, but it's like, that doesn't look easy. I know a lot of people will be like, dazzling Kate. No. As a cosplayer, that thing is not easy. Where am I gonna find a specific dye for both the clothes, like the leather? That's freaking hard. That's hunting for that is difficult for me. Like, and to dye it in general, it never comes out right. And you spend like what? How much money to get the jacket? Or you can go to the thrift store. What about in a specific size? We all don't come in the same size, dude. I really hate.
Again, the man said it was for cosplay reasons, and the reason why everybody's saying that, because it does look like something Party City put together that does cost below $50. Am I saying?
I would be surprised if Party City can make that.
Of course.
All I know is I don't trust the words of a man who was found to be a sexual harasser. Can I get a cheers? I don't even need it. I'm gonna drink anyway.
All right.
Okay, let's see what this comment is saying, because I am so confused. Hold on. I see this comment right here, and I wanna talk about it. Okay. Speaking of Connor, people are freaking out about Nezuko age, but in Young Justice, Connor was 5 and McGann was 48, but both look 16. Unpack that. Laugh my ass off.
Oh my god.
Let's not. How about we just leave that there?
Let's leave people to their imagination, okay?
Let's leave that alone.
Let's skip that one. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. You're getting revenge for that Nezuko shit. I don't blame you.
Yeah, people were being silly about that shit. Like, come on now.
And you know what's so funny is I talk to people and they were like, "Yeah, but you're sexualizing a minor," and I'm just like, how is it sexualized? She transformed into her adult form. Guess what happens when girls grow up? Some girls, most girls, especially the ones I grew up around and seen, they turn into women, right? And you know the things that's on their chest, they're called boobs, and they tend to grow with them. Sorry you don't like it, but it happens.
Yeah, my boyfriend watches like Demon Slayer, like he's like super obsessed with all of it, and like he didn't know that was a controversy. So when I told him about it, he literally just looked at it, shook his head, and then just went back to playing his game. He was like, he didn't even want to deal with it. I was like, yeah, that's how I feel about it too. Like people just want to be upset about shit.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Momo from My Hero Academia, where people getting mad about her outfit. But it's like y'all do realize her powers come from her skin. So the reason why she's in such a revealing costume is because her powers come from her body fat on her body. She has to have her body revealing in order to pull weapons and items out of her body. It's not like everybody act like, well, she's 16, for God's sake, she's a minor. I'm sorry, have you guys seen a 16-year-old? Because when I was growing up and I was 16, the girls were barely wearing anything.
And plus, I'm like, they always say shit like that, and it's like, but she's only 16, she shouldn't be looking like that. It's like, okay, well, I'm so glad that we got your Puritan views, but it's also a fictional character. Like, what are you afraid of? That she's gonna get drunk in a bar and someone's gonna take? It's a fictional character. Nothing can happen to her unless they draw it happening to her.
Yeah, and it's like only y'all weirdos are looking at her in a sexual manner because nobody's looking at that as a sexual manner. We understand. To be honest, I think her powers are weird. To be honest, because I would have been mad. Could you imagine, like, Billy, you have to barely wear nothing in order to use your powers? Like, I would have been like, it's cold outside. But yeah, but Trey, you know your powers work where you got to pull stuff out your skin. But it's freezing out here. Or like I don't want to be halfway naked using my powers, but God damn it. I mean, like, I understand why, because she has to, you know, but I do not envy her power. I was like, you know, I don't know if I want the power, but you know, it is what it is. But I never looked at the character in a sexual manner. I just thought that it was just strange that she has to pull items out of her body. But let's be honest, a lot of the powers from My Hero Academia are so weird because it ties in with your body and your biological standards anyway. It's like, damn, like Deku, his powers, like, if you don't have control of One for All, you can literally tear up your body. Could you imagine having super strength and being able to punch something, but then at the same time literally destroy your entire arm? Like, damn, you know? Or Mineta pulling balls out your head, and it's to the point where you can literally start bleeding from your brain. Or the guy who got his belly button, his laser beam from his belly button, it poisons him sometimes when he uses it too much. Like, there are some things that are kind of crazy, which that is a very interesting concept of using your powers like that, because they never really do that in DC or Marvel, where they show the powers having a harmful after effect on the characters. So I have to respect My Hero Academia for doing that, though. Yeah, there ain't no clones. There are spawns or science nerd words. Probably a chimera, an organism that is made up of cells of two or more visuals. All right. Oh, I guess everybody's still talking about that biological thing. All right. Let's see. Let's see what everybody says with that one. Okay. Let me see if I can show this one. This one show? Hope this one shows. Oh no, it hide it. Hold on, let me show it again. Hopefully it comes up. It looks like you're drawing the Linda Danvers Supergirl. Now she's drawing the Animacon ones. Let's see. Free Fire Pro says no. Blue Wind says the whole clone thing. Clark is the father because they are different personality wise. While in the case of Peter and Ben, they are literally twin brothers because they are the same person. Yeah, pretty much. I'm straight and not into lesbian stuff. All right, Mitch.
Good for you, Mitch. We need more men like you. That's what I think.
Oh, sometimes Mitch comes out of nowhere with them takes, and I just be like, "Okay, Mitch." I watched videos of women kissing, and men kissing. I felt nothing, and then I realized that I'm a heterosexual learning asexual. You just want to be special, don't you, D Solar Knight? That's what that. That's exactly what that sounded like. I was like, man, get out of here with that. That's special.
I respect that, D Solaris Knight. You did your research. You conducted the tests, and you came to a conclusion. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Right. Damn, how progressive is it to say, oh, she's buff, must be a lesbian? Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Now that took me all the way up to the front of these things. Okay, let's see. Okay, thanks for the knowledge of women bodybuilder, Dylan. Let's see. Honestly, stop making villains into heroes. Oh, wait, hold on. I think somebody asked something. Let me see if I can get to that one. Okay, thank you for letting me know. What makes you want to be? Hold on, Lord have mercy. I'm sorry. I think I accidentally erased that one. Let me see what that one says. What makes you want to make your YouTube channel? For me, I just wanted to throw out my opinions and just talk to folks. And apparently, it grew from no viewers to a lot of people actually like what we have to say. What about you guys? What made you guys want to do y'all YouTube? I just wanted to throw my opinions out there.
I mean, for me, like it was mostly because like I would be here at my apartment, and even before that, when I would be in college, and I would be like reading comics, and I would have thought, like I would literally be reading, and I would stop and sit there, and I would just think about stuff, and I would basically all the things y'all hear me say on my videos. Those are the thoughts that I would have when I was reading, and I would stop and I would sit there for like 20 minutes, not even looking at the comic, just thinking about all these different things. And I got to the point where I was like, I want to be able to share this with people, but none of the people that I know, like my friends, my family, they're not into comics like that. So they couldn't have cared less what my thoughts on Batman or, the Avengers were. So I was like, you know what? Maybe I just make a YouTube channel and start talking about it there, and people who are into comics will come along, and if they agree with me, they agree with me. If not, they don't, but maybe I can make a few of them laugh along the way, and that's really the only motivation that I had.
And what about you, Kate?
I guess the reason why I made mine is like, okay, when I was like getting into like, the whole comic book, area of YouTube, I was like, man, some of these people aren't bringing up the points I would bring up, because for me, I want to look more into some elements that nobody brings up. I do like to analyze a lot of different things when it comes to, new characters, new comics, new ideas and concepts, and, talk about what came before and all that stuff. It's always nice to like do a different thing that, instead of like I hate this all the time without a reason. And I know I was like that at like last year. I'm still trying to like get to this point where I can analyze things more and not just say, well, because I said so, that kind of thing. So I guess the main reason it was because I wanted people to hear my thoughts and my own, points of different new characters and concepts and how I feel about them. But I also want to be on here to make new art and maybe some new friends here and there, but mostly to try and attempt to make people's day. Like, oh, you're not alone in thinking this. I'm here. Like, I can kind of be reasonable with some things, but with others, I'm just like, I don't know. Does that make sense, guys? Did that make sense?
That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
And in truth, we're all here because we hope we become famous YouTubers so we can be like, yeah, bitches, give us your money.
I wish.
I'm trying to get to that point. Like, if I blow up and I'm at the point where I'm like, people are coming, it's just unfortunately, like your boy Zack says, nobody really cares that much about comic book reviews. But I'm like, that's fine. I'm still gonna talk my shit. I'm gonna make my videos, and people who enjoy them are going to enjoy them. But if at some point, like, people find my shit like that entertaining, that they're like, yo, we need to give this guy a show or something, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm willing. Y'all have seen me. Y'all know that I'm willing to talk. I have my camera on and everything. I'm here. I'm here to entertain y'all. That's all I care about, is entertaining people. I would have gone into stand-up if there were any good like stand-up comedy clubs around where I live.
Right. You know, for me, it's fun. It really is fun. I mean, if it happens, it happens. But you know, I'm not about to hold my breath on it. But you know, hey, if you guys want us to blow up, send more people to the page, and hopefully they'll follow us. And then you know, we become famous, and then we can really be like the Geek Trinity. Like, you know, we can turn it into a whole entire franchise or something.
Oh, yeah. Say, imagine us in a dope ass studio sitting around a table just talking about this stuff.
That would be
These
amazing.
two would just have like black screens covering them. So that way it's kind of like this. You don't actually see them, but they going to be there. I could see them. I know who they are. And y'all can just look at me the whole time. Like, we could keep all of this the same, y'all.
That would be hilarious, though.
I mean, I could show up in a cosplay. I can do that. Like, and just, you know, wear a mask and not really, you know, people actually know what I look like. I'll be just like, yeah, my identity is secret now, guys. I'm just gonna, you know, become Dog Woman or, you know, Dog Lady. I still haven't thought of my superhero name, but it's gonna have to do something with dogs.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
Ezekiel said, just let villains be villains and let heroes be heroes. We've been trying. Like Beyonce said, "Baby, I'm not." How do you say the movie would have turned out if Bruno was a villain of the movie? Well, as a side villain. Wait, are you? Oh, so you're asking them would it be cool if Bruno was the villain of the movie? What do you guys think? Because see, I haven't read it.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, yeah, it could have been like interesting. I it's hard for me to say because like having seen the movie and seeing like the character of Bruno, like how his like personality actually developed, it made sense like the way that they did it. But if they had made him like the evil one who was like trying to like tear down the family or something, I mean, it would have made sense. I would have accepted it, you know what I mean? Because it's whatever they want to do with their own movie. And I mean, it could have made sense in the sense of like, he's the one who kind of like, he looks into the future, he sees the future. A lot of times having that kind of knowledge tends to drives people, insane in a way, or it kind of like gives them, just malicious intent. So I could definitely see him becoming a villain, if anybody. But I mean, it's not what happened, so I'm like, it's fine. I don't mind that he wasn't the villain, but if they were to make him just like the straight up villain, trying to destroy the family, and he was either defeated and like cast out, or he saw the error of his ways and was like, I rebuke everything that I did. I mean, that's fine too. But I mean, there are many different ways to handle like that type of villain story. It's just, it is what it is. I liked the character as he was, but if they had made him the villain, could have been cool too, just depending on how they handled it.
Yeah. All I gotta say about it is that if he was the villain, it would have kind of made more sense. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded if he was like a stupid villain, because the stupider the better. I mean, there's a lot of people who forget. Well, not a lot of people, but there's like a lot of people who tend to think every villain needs to be intelligent and shit. But like with Bruno, I think it would have been kind of funny to have a crazy maniac villain living in your walls and just, basically doing a lot of bad stuff because, everyone sees him as bad, and that's the reason why he does it. And I would kind of love to just see him just do everything possible to prove that he's the villain, and then at the end he's just like, oh crap, I'm not really bad. I was told I was bad, so okay, I'll try and undo what I did, but the damage has been done. That would have made more sense to me, and it would have been more funny to have a stupid super villain being like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and nobody can stop me, that kind of thing. I love those kind of villains. They're always fun.
Okay, cool. Dominic said, Encanto made me not like Abuelita. I know I fucked that one up. I heard it when it came out my goddamn tongue. Oh, I get tongue tied when I try to say abuelita.
Abuela?
My God, I
I
just
know,
went to go use the restroom real quick, and
I
my
know.
upstairs neighbors are blowing it up. I mean, they are smoking that wacky tobacco, that devil's lettuce, the sticky icky. They are blowing that stank up. Like I went in there, I was like, my God, it smells like someone smoked a
We,
blunt in my bathroom,
I
and
don't
I
know
know
why
it wasn't me.
I don't know why thought you said it like as if they had like stanked up the place or something when you said it like that.
I was about to go upstairs real quick and be like, yo, I'm here to impose a tax. I'm gonna need y'all to give me at least 3, 4 hits, and then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna mind my own business. I'm gonna need that before I go back if I'm keeping secrets around here.
Yeah, so I understood where she was coming from. However, her character left a negative effect on the family. Abuelas, yeah, Abuela. I don't know. I haven't really seen the movie, but it does seem like there's a lot of pressure coming from Abuela. Maybe
Oh my god, surface
Yeah.
I
pressure.
might be. I, huh?
Sorry.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen the movie, so I'm just saying it does seem like the family is more pressured because of Abuela, but maybe I might be wrong.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Oh, okay, because I
Yeah.
don't know. It just kind of felt like everything was like the family was kind of pressured. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I know some Latin friends and Mexicans, all of them. Their abuela is like the lead in charge at the homes, and there's a lot of pressure on them. So I guess they were trying to stay true to that, but I don't know. Maybe Disney probably did it in the wrong way. That's what Dominic is saying. What do you guys think?
I think that definitely, like I said, like it's just she kind of came across as a little bit too overly negative. You know what I mean? Like where they I definitely got where she was coming from with trying to defend the family because she is like the head of the family since the grandfather isn't there. But at the same time, it was like they made her a little bit too strong, I guess, in her convictions, in that it almost came across as though she was almost like this bully that everybody had to be afraid of. Everybody has to respect, and they didn't do enough to show like that's how families, especially like Latino families, and it happens with other cultures too, but especially with the Latino families, it's like you respect like the elders, the oldest in the group, you show them the most amount of respect, and they didn't do enough to show that that's the case. Instead, they made it more to where like, oh, everybody's afraid of her because she's if we don't do everything she says and go by like her rules, we're going to get in trouble and there will be some sort of punishment. If they had come across more as like, no, they just have that much respect for her that they don't want to upset her, that would have made much more sense, and it would have made her look less negative to where everybody just has this fear of her. Instead, it's more so they don't want to let her down. They don't want to look bad in her eyes.
What about you, Kate? What you think?
Honestly, it feels like it is displayed really strict in a way that it doesn't make any sense to me because the interactions we've seen with her on screen, we don't really see exactly everything that we can understand that okay, she's strict, she's not mean, she's just strict. There's a difference between that. I mean, there's very strict, but mainly like average, a little bit above average strict. That's understandable. And they didn't really implement that message that much into the movie, and it would have made more sense instead of making people think, oh, she's super mean, we don't like her. And throwing the message at the end, that would have still worked if it wasn't so like very mean in the way that they displayed her. And honestly, it feels like they could have done much more. And the original scenes I've seen, she is a bit more strict or stern, quiet. So she's kind of social in like the movie that we got, but it's like we don't get enough information is what I'm trying to say to really say, "Oh, well, she's not that bad of a person." And it just shows. But that's honestly what I think. I've never had any experience with these type of like anything in that culture, but I can understand from a strict point of view. Like my grandma, she is fucking strict. Like you cannot enter her freaking kitchen without put like taking off your shoes, and mostly because she always says I just mop the floor, even though she doesn't really have anything wrong with the floor, but it's like a consistent thing, and everyone's just like don't do this, don't do that, because she's gonna get on your ass with that wooden fucking spoon. Like ooh god. Sorry.
Okay, cool. He says I ain't seen the movie. I can't really judge. I'm only judging from what I saw from the trailers, so that's why I was just saying that. Let's see what else is being said. Okay, Encanto literally proves race swaps are dumb because the family is basically Hispanic superheroes. I really like the film. Okay, cool. Let's see. Hold on. Let me scroll up. I saw a question. All right. You know what? I'm surprised they didn't go on the whole thing about it's made for people like Dylan because reasons. You know how they love to go on a soap opera about when they do a diverse family, and then they love to remind us like we're doing it for the Hispanics and the Latinos, or their new word Latinx people who never felt representative on film and TV, and you're just like, oh god damn it, y'all act like this is like the 1930s or something.
All I know is if they were making shows and movies that were catered toward me more often, y'all would probably enjoy them more often too.
Yeah. But then the way they do it is they insult the audience. They not only do they insult the people that they're trying to pander to, they insult the people who was like, wait, hold on. This don't make no sense. You know?
So it's like they always do this stuff like, oh, we know exactly what he wants, and then they come up and kick me in the nuts. I'm like, who gave you the impression that was what I wanted? What the hell?
We're doing it for you.
I know. I'm like, thank you. Like, I guess that's what they want. They want me to say thank you after they kick me in the nuts. I'm like, if you don't get the hell out of here.
Pretty much. It says Dominic says the movie is not the worst, but it's not the best either. It could have been a callback to past Disney movies where they were allowed to be mature without being dark or edgy for the sake of it. Understandable.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see. Okay. It seems like all of you guys are really talking about like they needed a villain for this movie to work. Like I'm seeing in the comments and people are talking about it, they needed a villain. For villains, Encanto could have had a descendant from the raiders responsible for burning Abuela's old home and killing people to finish where their parents left off at. See, that's what I'm saying. I knew it needed a villain.
I could have seen that, yeah, because they didn't really do much with that. I thought that would like become something that would come back when they like introduced, like, yeah, we were being hunted or whatever, and then they just never had those people come back. So I was like, so what happened to those people that were hunting y'all? Did they just stay where they were at, or did somebody beat them?
No, they just all drowned. I'm sure the grandpa was just like using his magical water powers. I mean, I don't know. It's just it doesn't make any sense to me either.
Yeah, I was like, okay, that's weird.
Well, I mean, Apathetic Queen, if you want to, I think Dylan said he ready for it then. She said, Trey, shut up saying about the word Latinx crap. I'm going to lose it in front of Dylan and Hispanics on the chat. I mean, Dylan said, bring it on, bitch.
Exactly. Yeah, I can handle it from all of y'all black and X. It's okay. We can play this game all day long. We could do this all day long.
Not black
we
necks.
Can do this.
Oh Lord, not black necks. Oh Jesus, no. Abuela smacks me whenever I was the clothes in the evening rather than at night. Well, maybe you learn not to wear them when you're not supposed to wear them. Abuela was very controlling and too strict, which made her come off as a bully. Okay, see. DC Raven is canon Hispanic or black. in future projects in the live action because diversity. Let's hope not, because she's not. She's not none of that. Apathetic Queen said, "We still love 3D Thing, the Yellow Ranger. We do." Let's see. Trudy, 3D Thing is immortalized in the way her character Trini in the Boom Studio comic book series. Wait, it must be either her birthday or her anniversary of her death. That's why everybody's talking about this right now. Some things in the Young Justice show annoyed me. I was disappointed in season 3 because they were so dumb. Like, why clone Roy? And I can't stand their version of Miss Martian and Superboy. I mean, we already talked about why we can't stand Miss Martian and Superboy being together. Momo's powers may be weird, but very versatile. She's like Shiro Ingmadan, only her powers are natural, whereas Shiro comes from magic. Yeah. Some teenage girls develop faster than they should, which makes them appear older. This is true. You know, superhero costume costs between $20,000 to $30,000 a piece, and the studio just needs 4 copies in total, and that's just for the main actor and 2 for the stunt doubles. I want to be like, okay, and where's your point of that, Cryptic? Like, what else? Or are you just stating that just because? like we figured how much the suits are costing. Let's see. What is the other person says? Let's see. There's something else going on screen, I believe. Hold on. The question is very hypothetical. This question is asking what if Bruno snapped from all the bad mistreatment he's gotten all of the years from his family and town folks and want revenge on them?
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's a good thing I like the movies, so
is Bruno that bad of a character?
No, he's not bad of a character. It's like he's, the best way I can describe him is kind of like a lost puppy with like, I don't know, like with a weird obsession with rats.
Oh, wait, what?
I found the whole thing with the rats actually kind of cute. I was like, it's weird, but it's kind of cute the way that he is with them.
Hold on, Kate lost me when she said he's like a lost puppy with rats.
That's the best way to describe him. That's how the entire family describe him. That's how I'm going to describe him. Okay?
And I was like, right. Wait. Did you just say rats?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Okay. Dominic says Frozen is overrated, and which brings it down in quality leading up to Frozen 2, which was bad.
Ooh, don't remind me of Frozen.
Frozen 2 was hot trash. I don't care what none of y'all say. The movie. It's only 2 songs I like from Frozen 2. And I can't think of them right now because I can't remember the movie. Wait, hold on. Let me see.
You fucking start singing "I Will Murder You" on.
No, I'm not gonna sing it because I can't think of the damn title. Wait, hold on. Wait. Into the Unknown. I think it's just catchy, but it's not as catchy as Let It Go. Like, it's not catchy where it aggravates me. You know what I mean? Yeah, Let It Go aggravates me, but Into the Unknown was pretty cool. And there was another song that she was singing where she was riding the water horse. And she transformed or something or whatever. God damn it!
Show Yourself.
Okay, yeah, that's the name of it. It was like a beautiful song, but that was it. But other than that, I listened to all the other songs on Frozen 2. I'm like, oh God, these songs are aggravating. Especially when the guy starts singing like a Backstreet Boys song, sort of. I was like, what is this? What is this? What's happening here? What's happening here? Like this, and then when you finish watching the movie, you're like, this movie was so unnecessary. Like, at the end of the day, it was so unnecessary. Let's see. Ezekiel says, what do you say? Come on, screen, pop up. Disney is not really good nowadays. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. I miss good Disney villains. Yep. Glenn Close captured Cruella beautifully in the live action 101 Dalmatians. Tell somebody. Anybody remember Rise of the Guardians movie? I really enjoyed it.
Oh
Jack
my
Frost
gosh.
was my favorite character.
That was
Yeah,
one of the
I think
best
it's an underrated
movies.
movie. I think it's an underrated movie. That's my opinion.
Right? Not a lot of people like remember it too much because it's I don't know, I think everyone's just like, oh, it got boring in the middle, and I'm like, it got good in the middle. What are you talking about?
Oh, have a good night, Mitch.
Oh yeah, see you later, Mitch. Thanks for coming out.
Free Fire Pro said, "What the fuck, rats? Yeah, apparently rats, man, rats."
Ain't nothing wrong with it. They're cute
Yeah,
too.
there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Frozen
I might scream once or twice, but
I'm like, y'all didn't have none of the problems with the rats that were in Cinderella,
or like the rat from Ratatouille.
But they were cute.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. These rats are cute too.
Okay, I've never seen it, so I couldn't make a judgment. Let's see. Frozen 2 had Sami natives on in the movie, and they made them look like Native Americans and had a black guy in Norway in the 1700s. Yeah, I know that was stupid. I know it was stupid. I know black people shouldn't be in Norway, but we're just gonna let it happen.
It's what they want us to accept.
Right. Okay. And in Kanto, nobody turned into an animal, did they? That's what Face is asking.
Nobody turned into an animal.
No. Okay. Apathetic Queen said the Cruella prequel movie is weirdly boring.
Yeah.
Quantel said Spider-Man Beyond is pretty good right now. I don't know. I didn't read it. I'm not even going to sit here and lie to you.
Yeah, I haven't read it either. I don't know what's going on with that. When I found out that they were doing this whole thing about like who legally has the right to be Spider-Man and all this stuff, I was like, yeah, that doesn't really sound like something I want to read, honestly. Not that I'm hating on it. I'm just like,
yeah, it made me want to walk away. I was like, I'm good. Thank you. I don't need to.
Yeah, I was like, I'll check in after this storyline is done. I was like, I'll see what ends up happening, but I'm not going to come for that. And I was like, I'm good.
Cruella in 2021 one was on Harley Quinn ripoff drugs. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this one up because I can't see it all in the chat at once. Let me see if I can pull it up on screen. Okay, Dominic said an underrated Disney movie is Oliver and Company, even though it was being loose adapted the original Oliver Twist by Charles Dickinson. It can stand on its own 2 feet from the story to the soundtrack. Oh yeah, boy, I used to love me some Oliver and Company. If any of you guys didn't know, back in the day when we were growing up in the 90s and stuff like that, after Saturday morning cartoons would go off and Soul Train was finishing up, they would actually show a lot of Disney movies after that as well. So a lot of I don't know if a lot of people don't remember, but a lot of Disney movies used to be in circulation where at the end, certain days, especially on Saturdays, they would have like this little period where they would play some of Disney's movies. They wouldn't play their popular ones, but they would play a lot of their underrated movies. So it was pretty cool to kind of see those movies a lot. And I remember Oliver and Company would come on a while. The Aristocats, 101 Dalmatian, Alice in Wonderland. It was a few of them too, but it was pretty cool. See, growing up in the 90s, it was amazing. It was amazing.
It was. I'm gonna tell y'all though, if you want to talk about an underrated Disney movie, The Rocketeer. That movie's great.
Well, yeah, because it's based off of the Rocketeer from the 1930s. Yeah. Except for now, Disney's changing it to the Rocketeer Girl because you know they're going to make a live action one, and she's going to be lead. And I'm like, y'all do realize it was made in the 1930s? Oh, okay, fine, whatever, sure. Let's do it anyway. What's next? They're going to make another reboot movie, Guardians of the Galaxy. They mention Star-Lord's sexuality all the time because the actor's religions, views, everyone accused of him of hate towards the LGBT community, and they can all go to hell, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm like, Chris Pratt's a really nice guy. Like, they just want to hate him. Like, that's the thing. Like, everybody acts like they're so accepting, except if they find out that you're Christian. Then they're going to assume all the worst things about you. It's like the type of shit that people do now whenever, like, an old white person dies, and they're like, oh, I know this person was racist. Like, when John Madden died, and all these people were calling, y'all know he was racist. Like, You're going off of what? Because he was old and white, so you're assuming, oh, he must have been racist. That's racist. Like, come on now.
Right. Dylan's best friend defend anything DC or Marvel.
I mean, I think she said mostly DC. She doesn't know that much about Marvel. So, but yeah, anything that's DC, she will absolutely shill for.
Let's see what this one says. Walt Disney's daughter Abigail has been vocal critic of what her grandfather's studio has become. Yeah.
I saw that,
Abigail Disney is definitely like, bitch, y'all need to stop.
She was like, because his last name is my last name, and y'all better put some respect on my name.
The fact that nobody from Disney is on the board or even in no kind of in charge thing is weird, because ain't no way in the world I'm having my family company and I'm not on the board. You done lost your mind. Because if I was Abigail Disney, I'd be like, you know what? Time to take matters into my own hands, and I would run up. I'd be like, y'all forgot my family owns most of Disney. So guess what? I'm in charge. I'm in charge, and we're about to change some things. Like, no, we're not. I'm not doing this with y'all. No one's business says when they made Iceman, Wolverine, Cyclops gay, I was out for Marvel, and now DC comic books is dead because they keep doing the same thing. So now waiting on Rippleverse and watching anime. Understandable.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've been waiting for Rippa's like comic too. I'm definitely going to read it. Y'all are going to see my comic book review of it. Y'all know I have to make a review for Rippa's comic, so be on the lookout for that whenever it does come out.
I don't understand your best friend, Dylan. She's quick to defend companies, but don't have the same energy for fans. I've been trying to get that one through her thick head for a long time. Like, baby, can you defend the fans just for one time? That's all I'm saying. Please.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, when even her own fans are talking about, but you do so much to defend the companies. You know you got a problem. That company doesn't care about you. You aren't on their payroll. And even people on their payroll, they don't give a shit about. So stop defending them so implicitly. They're not doing anything for you.
That's all I'm saying. Like, please defend the fans. It's like, please, sir, I beg you. Like, please, Tristan, I beg. Like, I mean, every time I see you, I just be like, can you please defend the fans? That's all I want you to do. Just one time. Hey, shit. Isn't James Gordon black in the Batman? Is Batgirl show gonna be tied into that? No, it's supposed to be in the DCEU. So yeah. Let's see what fierce, apathetic Black Queen said on this one, because this was like a long one that she said. Come on. Remember last they supported Black Lives Matter against police brutality, and they're sitting there as they supporting China by erasing black characters on posters and keeping silence about Hong Kong protests. That's Disney for you.
I'll tell you what, them Chinese, they're pretty racist. I don't know if y'all seen that video. I saw it not that long ago. I don't remember what video I was watching, where it was some black basketball players getting off the bus, and like a bunch of Chinese people calling them the N-word. And I'm not talking about with an A. I'm talking they hit them with the hard ER over and over and over and over again. I was like, damn, y'all have no fear over there, do y'all? But then again, I guess they have no reason to be, because it's nothing but Chinese. So they're like, ain't nothing gonna happen to me. So I was like, damn.
Quantel said, wouldn't other versions like the Batgirl, the animated suit, be a lot simpler than Burnside? It would be, and it'd probably look better on screen, but that's not the suit they wanted to use. Let's see. Derek says, hold on, let me see. DC and Marvel swaps be giving me ideas like, for real, why is there a black Batman? That's dumb. Go make a character. Why not have a black Splinter Cell? Ooh, great idea. Me. They better hope a company. Hold on, it looks like it's another part of the message. Let me see. Come on, pull up. Some of these companies doesn't do that. Who knows? But they think that race swapping characters is the new best thing. So
My whole thing with like the Jace Fox Batman is I'm like he's not even remotely connected to Batman. He's never talked to him or any of the Bat family. He's got no reason other than the fact that his dad is Lucius Fox. I'm like, so why are you going by Batman? Like you stole his shit. You could literally modify the suits and be whoever you want to if you wanted. But instead he's just like, no, I have to be Batman. Why? Motherfucker, you're not even gonna be in Gotham anymore. He's moving to New York. Like what the hell?
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Let's see. It doesn't help that Barbara Gordon start acting less mature and is like this cringy hip teen doing the Burnside costume. She was so outside the character in her Burnside comic, and she was a fanfic Stephanie Brown. I know that's why I had to drop the book because I was just like, okay, maybe this will be still pick up from. Like, if you read the end of the New 52 Batgirl run and then you pick up the Burnside Batgirl run, you're like, it's two different characters. They don't even feel the same. Let's see. They some when there's some Twitter dumbasses thing they did Betty White accused of racism because she growed up in 1920s and 1930s. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Putting black people in dark ages in European societies as they want to add black on white population, just like some race swap on royalties of England, woke Boleyn, diversity and inclusion. I mean,
yeah. That's what it's all about. They're like, well, we love medieval stories, but we need more black people. And it's like, there wasn't no black people living there at the time. They weren't. And if they were, it was maybe one or two. Y'all want to make it seem like you can have half the cast or have this Bridgerton shit. And I had my best friend talk to me about that. Like, well, there was that queen who was black. Where I'm like, okay, there may have been one queen who had some black ancestry, but it was one person. They have an all black, well, a mostly black cast. None of that shit makes sense. Just because you want to be like, well, but there was that queen. That's one person. How does that translate into a whole cast of black people in medieval England? It doesn't fucking make sense. It doesn't at all. It's all about agenda, diversity, inclusion, and all this bullshit. And it's not like we have a problem with seeing like stories with black people in it. I'm like, well, why are y'all always having to put them in places where they historically weren't? That's just insulting to people. Like, if you want to tell a story about people who were black at that time, why don't you tell some stories about like shit that happened in Africa or in Egypt or wherever the fuck else where they actually were at? Y'all are just like putting them into these stories where they don't belong, not because I'm saying they can't be there, but because historically they weren't there. Like, what the fuck?
And they love, and then of course their favorite thing before they do the little thing, this is based off of historical events. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. It couldn't be.
Seriously, like y'all are just warping history to try and serve what you think would be more acceptable based on like 2022 standards. Like, that's not how this works. Like, you don't get to decide how history should have looked and tell that story. You have to tell it as it actually was. If you're not going to do that, then don't tell the story.
Exactly. That's how I feel. Don't tell it if you ain't going to do it right.
Yep.
But Yuri and Yowie actually outsells them though. Shut up, Derek. We know it's true. Shut up. It's sad because it is true. It does outsell them.
Hey, people are some freaks.
Yeah. Trey, thoughts on Tifa Italy thing? What happened with Tifa in Italy?
I heard about that. Yeah, apparently the Italian Senate found out that hentai is a thing, especially with Final Fantasy, and they found out all about how people have these fantasies about Tifa, and they make these videos about her, like with all these sexual situations, like full on porn. I was like, oh, so y'all just found out that's a thing?
How did they just now find out about that stuff? That is weird. But okay, and oh well, you don't like it, don't read it. It ain't for you.
Yeah, I was like, but I guess because they had to make the decision, like, is it okay for us to still have like Final Fantasy like sold in our country when people are like doing these things with it? And I'm like, why do y'all always have to do that? Like, there's regular porn too with like actual people. Like, are you gonna ban people from being out in the streets or something? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people are going to imagine what they want to imagine. Let live. Dang. Shit.
It ain't none. And especially if it's like fictional characters, who is it hurting?
That's what I'm saying. well, we don't want the children to get the kids ain't thinking about that. They ain't old enough to think about that stuff yet. And even
if they
were,
are, they're still like smart enough, like technologically, they can still outwit y'all and everything. You can put as many blocks on it as you want. They're gonna figure out some way around it, and then they're gonna like share that with each other and look at it anyway. Hell, I grew up in school, and I remember pretty much all of the dudes where I was at, even though we had blocks on like our internet and everything, like dudes still found ways to look at porn while they were in class. There's nothing you can do to stop them. They're gonna do it anyway. I'm not saying just let them, but I'm saying like you can put as many restrictions as you want. They're still gonna figure out a way around it. Unless you literally take the shit away from them, they're gonna figure it out. And even if you take their phones away, they'll probably just start drawing boobs on like random sheets of paper. They're gonna do whatever the hell they want. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
That's definitely true. So it is what it is. You know. Let's see. Free Fire Pro says. Let's see. Did I? Hold on. Oh, sorry. That's I already read that one comment. Sorry, Kate. Don't you don't have to. I'm trying to scroll down to the other comments. Sorry. Let's see. I have that Batman and Robin internal run where they meet Cassandra for the first time in the New 52, and Barbara felt like she de-aged when she was interacting with Dick because it was a soft reboot. That's what when they did the Burnside run, they soft rebooted Barbara Gordon, and they literally de-aged her. That's why they made no damn logical sense. I was just like, this is just stupid. Derek said we need a gay character, but this character's son is gay. Yeah, but I don't care about him. Pretty much.
Disrespect. Disrespect.
It's a shame the men got more butts than women nowadays. Yeah,
maybe for you. Maybe for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. I think they're talking about like in media in general. Like in media, they do have it where men have more butts than women and have more bodies than women. Like the women looking like 12-year-olds.
And all I'm saying is I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't be averse to seeing more women with some ass, but I'm definitely not upset about seeing more men with some ass. You know what I'm saying?
No. Dylan, Kate, y'all are being selfish. we need more women with boobs and ass.
I agree with you, brother, but I'm not mad at seeing all these men's asses. You know what I mean? You know.
Oh, good. It is terrible. Like they keep getting these women that ain't got nothing. I'm like, man, come on. Can I get a little bit of something? You know,
you can get pancakes all day long. That's all it is. Breakfast all day.
At this point, flat as a board, Dylan. Flat as a board. You'd be like, Lord, give me the strength, Lord. Give me the actual strength to deal with this because they are killing me. The Stargirl TV show did the title character, the JSA, and the villain Justice was the way it adapted her first series of Jeff Johns and David Orr's JSA run. Well, yeah, because JSA is the Stargirl produced by Jeff Johns, and Stargirl is based off of Jeff Johns' sister. So of course he's going to make sure that the Stargirl show gonna be good.
I would hope so, yeah, for sure.
Even though I don't think her character is enough of a powerful character to stand on her own, like as a solo run. I read the first solo run; it was cool, but I don't think it's powerful enough to stand on its own. I prefer her more when she's in the JSA, but that's just my opinion. Dazzler is an underrated superhero. Who is a singer-songwriter first and a superhero second. She is also a very powerful mutant due to her power of converting around other types of energy of light. Yeah. When writers remember that. Let's see what else is being said. Question. Do y'all think the Power Ranger franchise is the most underrated in live action diversity? It has multiple people from each deplorable as superheroes, without beating people heads with the race? I guess so, yes, because people tend to forget about the Power Rangers exist, and they do talk about diversity and inclusion, but it's just like, yeah, but the Power Rangers been doing it since the early 90s.
Yeah. And like
Even if,
D. Solaris Knight said, like they never beat people's heads with it. It was like, yeah, we just have a cast that's made up of women, men, black women, black dudes, like Asian women, like they're all there together, and it's just that's not our focus. Our focus is like these teenagers fighting giant monsters and shit and a giant robot, and that's about it. So I mean, yeah, I guess it is kind of, underrated in that sense.
Yeah. Let's see. The Injustice movie was so unnecessary. That's like making a Spider-Man PlayStation 4 animated movie. It's just a lazy cash grab. Yeah, pretty much.
I see that.
But I want to put it past them, Free Fire Pro. You better stop. They probably might do that shit too. Mm-hmm. I've returned. What have I missed? A lot. By the way,
who said that you could leave the Blue Wind? I need to see a doctor's note or something. Right. I'm not about to excuse this sudden absence. You need to come with a note.
Get them. I know you answered this, but who's your favorite supervillain? And what's your favorite superhero? And why do you like those characters? Yeah, Lisa, you asked us that question. But that's the superhero one. I mean, the supervillain one. Let's see. My favorite supervillain. I don't really have a favorite supervillain, really, because they're villains. As long as they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, I have no problem with. But let me see. What villain do I really enjoy that's not the Joker? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, the man's hilarious.
Yeah, for sure.
What villain do I enjoy the most of when I see? I'm trying to think. Do I have a villain? Is there a villain that I really enjoy when I see him and stuff like that? No, not Lex Luthor. You would think it would be Lex Luthor, but no, not really. No, not Cheetah, not. Oh, Green Goblin. Green Goblin. I enjoy Green Goblin because he's just crazy, and he gets the job done, and he knows how to get to Spider-Man.
I think mine, although he's not so much a villain anymore, they've turned him into the anti-hero, would probably be Black Adam, just because he's basically like the polar opposite of like Captain Marvel. And I mean, he has his own code of ethics that I've always like respected. Like he's evil, but at the same time, he's not cruel. So I mean, I just in that way, I think that I would say Black Adam is my favorite.
That's such a hard question. Like, honestly,
right? You never really think about the villains all that often, and if you do, it kind of says more about you.
Yeah, honestly, if we're gonna be, if we're gonna talk about villains, then I guess, again, there's a whole variety of them that I have never really thought about. Shit. It's such a difficult choice. Like, there's so many good ones and there's so many bad ones. Oh, God. Ooh.
Just your favorite one that you like, or the one that you prefer over all of
them. Okay, let's be real. I'm just gonna go dive in and say Catwoman. Now, before anyone says, but she's an anti-hero, when she became an anti-hero, she was a pretty good damn villainess. Like, she could steal shit, and Batman would let her from time to time, and it's like she got the job done. It's simple, I know, but at times that booty and the way that she gets into flirting with him, it always wins everyone over. And it's like, it's a simple thing, but she got away with doing the least amount of work ever, so you got to give the girl some credit.
I get what you're saying, but I don't see it, because when I think of villain, I want somebody that's doing.
Oh, okay.
Because Catwoman don't seem villainous. She's a cat burglar. Okay, cool. But did she do anything villainous? Not really.
Okay. Fine. Let me change it up. Poison Ivy.
Okay.
She's killed people, so I
Good
mean,
choice. Good choice.
yes.
Sit down and just kill people, and her plants eat the shit out of them. So
Yep.
yeah, let's go with that.
Classic Poison Ivy before New 52, before 2011 made her a lesbo, and Harley Quinn's bitch. Yeah, she was killing folks. No, she's right.
That she was.
Poison Ivy was a straight beast back in the day. We don't even see that no more, sadly.
Unfortunately.
Quantel said they could have used this book to build a new Young Justice, since the old one just vanished after coming back. Yeah, they could have definitely did that, but Brian Michael Bendis ruined that book for a lot of us. When
Honestly,
everybody was like, "Yeah, Young Justice is coming back," and then Brian Michael Bendis was writing, and then we all said, "Never mind." Oh god. They made violating of Superman disturbing for us all. My phone died at work. He tried but failed. That was
I guess we will accept that this one time Blue, but don't make this a habit. You better keep the bitch charged. I'm not gonna take this every time. You're not gonna be blaming it on the battery.
By the way, when I meant people, I meant fans of popular franchises from manga, anime, comic books, and cartoons. Yeah, Dylan, we straight people want to see women with bodies.
Hey, and you know what? So do I. But if that's y'all's problem, then y'all just aren't going for enough diverse. That's why I'm bi. I can deal with all of it. Y'all just dealing with one or the other. I don't know what to tell you. You came to the buffet only looking for chicken. I don't know what to tell you. That ain't none of my problem.
Let's see. My favorite supervillain I love to hate is Vandal Savage. He's in excuse me, an underrated Justice League villain who has centuries of experience as an immortal with his mind. Yep, most powerful weapon. Yep, that's cool. What happened last weekend, Kate?
What do you mean? Shit. Ooh, wait. I'm checking my other, chat box. Because I'm making sure I keep ahead. So Kate, who's Mr. Nicholson? What happened last weekend? Kate, changing the subject. Of course, we have to focus on some of this other stuff going on with all these other people. Like I think it's important to say that basically we need to focus on the main subject at hand with all these different characters and junk. And of course, we didn't bring up the whole M&M situation, Trey. Like,
oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right. Cool. So
good looking out, Kate. I see you, kid. I like the way you do it. You were like, you came up with a question. I'm a dip, and we're gonna switch the topic. I love to see it.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Let's see. So of course you guys know M&M wants to get into the diversity inclusion route, and they want to create M&Ms to be like some kind of like inclusive thing for everyone. And they're also going to make different bags of M&Ms where they're going to be different body shapes and sizes for people, so people can have different variations of the M&Ms to make sure that they understand that they're included, and they want the M&Ms to have personalities that are diverse and inclusive to everyone. And I think the colors are also going to be standing for different races. We don't know yet. They made sure that the women are not allowed to have high heels or go-go boots on anymore, because
that was some bullshit right there. I saw,
even though both characters are voiced by Vanessa Williams, they're both voiced by Vanessa Williams. Does Vanessa Williams look like she's not a sophisticated woman? Have you guys not seen Vanessa Williams? Like, come on now. Why?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
both M&Ms.
And people came at them on Twitter for that shit when they were like posting when they tried to be cheeky with the green M&M, and she was like, "Are people really this upset because I changed my shoes?" And some people were like, "Yo, they took it from the Gucci boots to the Sam Smiths. Like, what's the matter with y'all?" And then other people were like, "Oh, well, this was really convenient that you used this as a way to like cover up the fact that you've been sued and all of this shit. Like, y'all have ongoing lawsuits." to just like be like, oh, but we're having our M&Ms be more inclusive. It's like nobody cares. Like nobody was eating M&Ms because of the mascots. I swear to God. And if they were, it was because of the red and yellow ones, not because of any of the other colors.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's weird. It's creepy, and I don't care about M&Ms enough where I need them to be diverse and inclusive. What you can do for me is make them hoes cheap again. That's what you can do.
That's what I'm like. How do y'all not feel like represented? Like the regular M&Ms are just whatever. The ones with the peanuts in them are already shaped like Lizzo. So I'm like, everybody was already represented. Y'all didn't need to do anything extra. Y'all had weird looking M&Ms, just like we got weird looking people. It's all good. Everybody's represented. There's a whole bunch of colors. It's all good. Let people eat the damn candies. We didn't need to do all of this shit with the mascots. Like, what the hell?
It's totally weird that they want to, be like, I want to be represented by an M&M. When I think of M&Ms, I'm thinking I'm kind of hungry. I want to make that into a cookie or put it in a brownie or whatever. I'm not thinking, yeah, I want to be represented by, a fucking M&M. Like that's the worst thing you can really think about.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, they want to be over here acting like, well, I see myself as a whole snack, so I need to be like M&Ms too. Like, no, you don't. What you need to do is sit your fat ass down, eat the rest of your M&Ms, and leave the rest of us alone. That's all you need to do.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, the fact that we even have to have a conversation about diversity and inclusion with M&Ms, like, no, and before everybody be like, oh, the answer's not. It is. It's clearly proven that because they literally made a statement talking about the reason why they're changing up the M&Ms is for diversity and inclusion. They literally said that they're trying to make the M&Ms more acceptable. What was the problem with the M&Ms to begin with?
That's what I'm saying. Who was complaining about them?
Oh. It is a lot of time and effort just to change the packaging to be represented. Like, isn't it a good thing that we just sell the fucking candy to people instead of being like, yeah, let's just change everything up and make it unrecognizable? I mean, look at what happened with, the racist symbols of, all these different packaged foods. You know how well that went? I mean, people still eat it, but it's like they don't really recognize it as much.
It just kind of reminds me of like the dumb shit that like Skittles does, which during like what is it during Pride Month or during Black History Month when they like make all the Skittles white because they're like we don't see color. It's like what the hell's the matter with y'all? Like it's a candy. Stop acting like it means more than it actually fucking does. Like y'all are just doing all this bullshit, trying to cash in on some shit. It's like leave it alone. Put your candies out. Let people eat them. Nobody was giving y'all any shit about it. Y'all are just trying too hard to be part of the moment. It's kind of like that nerdy kid who comes up and starts trying to like talk about some shit they know nothing about because they're like, oh, well, I know this is what all the cool kids are talking about, so I'm going to pretend like I know. It's like, no, you don't. And when you open your damn mouth, we all can tell that you don't. So shut the hell up.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb. It is really dumb at this point, and I'm just mad that the fact like, and then my thing is M&M's was shocked by the backlash they were getting. What did you think was gonna happen? Nobody asked for this. Nobody told you to change the M&Ms around. Nothing was wrong with the green and brown M&Ms. What was wrong with them? Nothing. Nothing was wrong with the green and M&Ms being sophisticated women. We knew that the brown and green M&M were women. We got that. Cool. So is something wrong because they're wearing heels now? So you have to put one in tennis shoes and you have to take the other girl's heels and turn it into a wedge so it doesn't offend people? What?
Just
why were you thinking about that kind of stuff? God dang it. Y'all, like, this is some dumb shit. Moronic idiots. Jeez. We gotta diverse the M&Ms because we want people, what they say, and then they talked about people in city areas or whatever, stuff like that, urban areas. Basically, they're talking about everybody that ain't white not having better lives and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, great, thank you. That's what black people need. Eminem standing up for them. Yay.
Yeah, thank God. Now there's like a candy company that's trying to be more inclusive. It's like that's not gonna do anything at all. Like it was a good try, I guess, but y'all still made yourselves look stupid.
Derek said first world problems. That's exactly what it was. First world problems. I wish they stopped using the SJW thing for everything. Like I said, the only thing they can't SJ is Hot Wheels. You better stop before they try. Um, just adding black fur polar bears for being the mascot for Coca Cola was some hot shit. Wait, what? They did? That's stupid. That's dumb. That's stupid. And polar bears ain't goddamn. Polar bears are white, but okay, sure. If they SJW wise things Milky Way, I'm ending everything and only drinking milk and tea. It's called M&M savourism. These weirdos hate women. Pretty much. Pretty much. Let's just be honest. You hate women. So are you gonna pay Vanessa Williams out for voicing the character? Then go ahead and pay her out. Then, cause they said they even talking about changing the characters' voices. Oh, I cannot connect with Wendy. She's not black. If Wendy start that bullshit too, I'd be like, all right, I see.
Hey, all I know is those fucking Frosties are fire.
Yeah. Oh, fun fact: you guys can actually go to Wendy's and order a 50-piece nuggets for $10.
Oh man!
And at first I thought they were joking, and then I went over there and I was like, "You guys really sell nuggets for $50? I mean, 50 nuggets for $10?" They were like, "Yeah." I was like, "You got to be shitting me right now."
Hey,
my stomach was full. My stomach was full. That was a lot of nuggets. All that matters. Exactly. It was so many nuggets. I thought I was gonna be a big bad wolf and just like I'm gonna eat all of these nuggets. Nope, my stomach was finished after 30. Well, barely 30. I didn't get the 30 mark. I was like, man, I'm stuffed. You know how you think you can eat a lot of food? No, I couldn't.
Yeah, then you get halfway through it and you're like, what was I thinking? Like, yeah. It happens to me every time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think I dodged the bullet by not reading Titans Academy. You did.
Yeah.
Bro, don't let me get started on that bomb ass Wendy's breakfast. Oh, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about no breakfast from Wendy's. We ain't even about to touch that. I can't connect to Burger King. Look at him with his white cane privilege. Fun fact: the media is more invested in diversity and inclusion for candy than a gender reversal remake of Hard Candy. True. No, Dylan. If they did make that, they would have to try with characters. Why be diverse when they can pretend and rake in the cash?
I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you could just copy and paste some shit and just do this whole thing and call people bigots if they don't like it, yeah, why would you bother to try? It's a tried and true method. We'll just do some dumb shit, and then if people don't like it, we'll call them bigots, and that makes us look like the good people in the end. So it's a win-lose. Like, it's so stupid. I hate it.
Bruh, don't McDonald's already have diversity? I mean, Ronald McDonald represent M&M perfectly, fucking clowns.
But they also like try and step away from that because they were like, Ronald McDonald is too endearing to children. We don't want to encourage obesity. It's like, bro, come on now. It's Ronald McDonald. He's a clown.
Yeah.
And kids don't hold the purse to be like, hey mom, you're gonna take me to McDonald's. Like, if it was my mom, she'd slap me down and be like, boy, we're gonna eat whatever the fuck I make for you. That's what it's gonna be.
Yeah. Let's see. Should have if they weren't fake fans. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Derek says, hold on. The true path to diversity and inclusion is one of respect, humility, understanding, imagination, and most of all, love and care. That's why Hollywood struggles to do so, which they didn't used to before 2010.
Yeah.
Why are you guys torturing Kate with mom? I don't know why they're torturing Kate with mom. They just love messing with Kate and mom.
What the hell is wrong with everyone?
Hey, I mean, if I have to have people calling Nerdette my best friend, you got to deal with people connecting you to Mom Kate. It is what it is.
Fine. Whatever.
We all have our crosses to bear.
Why do I have to choose between diversity or a good story? That just tells me Hollywood is racist and wokeism should be somatic racism. That shit pretends to care. Yeah, they pretend to care all the time.
Exactly. Yeah, they always think that they're somehow doing us a favor by doing this stuff that makes other people hate us more. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like as if they're going around spreading gossip about you, saying that you're a bad person, and then when people like look at you a different way, they're like, "What? Like I was doing you a favor." It's like, "Motherfucker, you made everybody hate me. I'm not going to thank you for that."
Mm-hmm. Let's see. It makes me laugh when they say that this series world needs diversity, but there it is. It requires you to know the lore, which to me says they don't care because they would make known examples there are black. Yep. Right before wokeism, we were getting more diverse, more and more diverse. Sure, it may have been slow, a little admit, but we are there, man, as a society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying too. Like shit, when I was growing up, I watched a lot of like entertainment that was like black entertainment. And I'm not just talking about like shows that had like maybe one or two black characters. I'm talking about an all black cast. And I love that shit when I was coming up. Like
Yeah.
it had nothing to do with me. Their life experience and all that shit was completely different from mine, but I loved watching those fucking shows. And that's where I'm like, we were coming to that point. In the 90s, early 2000s, we were at that point. You know, a woman could be a lead of a show. It could be an all black cast. It could be an all Asian cast, all Hispanic cast, whatever. And we were totally fine with it as long as it was just entertaining. Now, all of a sudden, they're like, well, not only does it need to be all black or all Latino or all women, but they also need to like at some point educate the audience about how hard it is to be that group. It's like that's not necessary. That was never needed. All that we need for us to get along is for us to just act like fucking people, not like we're all professors to each other.
Tell me about it. But you know, that's what they wanted to do, and now people are just over it at this point. Yeah, Marvel now, all new, all different Marvel pissed me off so much. That was so shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Let's see what else is being said. Yeah, people who are woke come off as racist, whether intentionally or not. That's true. Social justice believes before them there was nothing and no jokes. That pisses me off. Most of these allies piss me off less than racist, but not too far. Proud Family is the shit. Yeah, hopefully the new Proud Family will be cool. Let's hope the new Proud Family will be good.
Yeah. And you know, it's pretty interesting that Derek says that because yeah, there are a whole lot of people that act like, you know, before them and like they were like trying to advocate for the shit and nobody actually cared about it. It's like, no, that wasn't the whole thing. Like I remember I was watching something recently where like a woman who was like really woke and then she like kind of like switched her way of thinking, saw like a study that came out of Yale that said that, you know, when it comes to like people, it was usually white, like liberal people who like leaned a little bit more left, not to make this all political, but it was usually those kind of people with that type of mentality who would like change the way that they talk to black people because they just automatically assumed, oh well, black people and brown people, they must be less educated, they must have less world experience, so I have to dumb down the way that I talk in order for them to understand me. And it's like, you realize you're coming with a much more negative like mindset when it comes to dealing with people, and that affects the way that you treat people, and that in turn affects the way that they see you because they can tell that you're dumbing down your speech when you talk to them, and it just comes across as insulting. So when you do that shit, it's not making anyone like you anymore. It just makes people not want to talk to you, which is exactly what we're seeing in the comic book industry right now, where they're trying to do this whole shit of like trying to always act like, well, black people are always oppressed, they're always uneducated, they're always broken, all this shit. It's like, No, that's not the case. That's just like what exists in your fucking mind, and it doesn't make any sense to put any of that in a comic book. It's insulting and it's pandering, and it's not even remotely true. So it's stupid. I hate seeing all of it.
I ain't gonna lie, that is kind of aggravating when somebody, especially a white person, do kind of talk to you like you stupid or something, and just be like, no, but this damn person can understand what the hell you goddamn saying. What the fuck you talking to? Who the hell you talking to like that? Is the question. Oh, I'm sorry. I just you sorry. You what? Yeah. You what? You thought I wasn't intelligent enough to understand what the hell you just said, or you thought I wasn't intelligent enough to make a reply to you?
And then they still think that they're somehow the good person for that. It's like, no, like you're literally proving what a piece of shit you are, like that you really believe that about somebody. Like you have no reason to think that, but you just went off of that assumption. Like that's not a good thing, no matter how you try to justify it.
Exactly. Make me sit with that bullshit. Let's see. It's like Chris's teacher from Everyone Hates Chris, who represented the racism coming from people who leaned further left before Jordan Peele's Get Out came to be. Yeah, the teacher was unironically like racist. It's like, baby, your heart is in the right place, but your head is so far up your ass you can't see straight. Because I'd be like, yeah. Because sometimes I'd be looking at the darn screen, and then sometimes I forget that I'm not even in the show, and I jump out and I be like, this bitch just so what the hell did she just say? But
it always just reminds me of like that line from the Golden Girls when Sophia told Rose, she was like, your heart's in the right place, Rose, but I don't know where the hell your brain is at. Like, that's how these people are. I'm like, I get it. You're coming from the right intentions, but the way you come at it is completely ass backwards. Like, I don't know where you thought that was the right approach.
It's just like what you call it on Golden Girls. Fuck, I forgot the other girl name, not Rose, but the other one, the Southern Belle one. Remember?
Yeah,
Blanche was. She'll have those moments where I just be like, Blanche, do you even hear what the hell you saying, girl? Yeah. Like she's like, I'm not racist. I was like, yeah, you may not be racist, but the shit came out your mouth was racist as hell. Like Blanche, Jesus Christ, girl.
Like her just like being completely unaware was just like the funniest shit in the world.
Yeah, she was definitely unaware. She was retardedly unaware of things because she grew up in the South where that stuff was acceptable and it was just like, no baby, you ain't in that kind of South, that Southern place no more. The world is changing. What you were taught was kind of wrong. And I understand that you're not that, but your parents didn't teach you correctly. Now you're in the real world. You're going to have to learn like what you're doing is not acceptable.
Yeah. And it was usually Dorothy who would be the one to correct her. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like that show came out like in the 80s. Like stuff like that has existed since the 80s and people still act like, no, it's still overwhelmingly racist amongst everybody. It's like, no, we were making fun of shit like that 40 years ago with older people. Like those are older actresses who were doing that. Like people who grew up in like the 40s and 50s, they were making those jokes. So it's like, it's not anything new. We've had this like whole back and forth discussion and we've had this awareness. It's just a very, very small group of people that actually held those kind of racist beliefs. But now all of a sudden it's like this other group of people who are like, no, we're going to be the opposite way. And it's like, it's still racist, even though you think you're doing it for a good reason.
Yeah, it's true. Let's see. Kate, got any cosplays of yourself or your costumes?
Oh my gosh, I don't really post much of my cosplay stuff on here. Well, YouTube in general. I mean, I might decide to do that, like not on YouTube, but like in Instagram or like Twitter or something in the future. But right now, I feel like I can't exactly show them off because I never take photos of myself because I'm always the one who's going solo. I'm alone. I don't really take pictures of myself because nobody wants to take pictures of me because I'm like, okay, it's whatever. I can live with it.
Girl, you haven't been. You must haven't been to a, one of them big old conventions, because I can tell you, if you was down here in, if you went down to Atlanta Comic Con and Dragon Con, oh, AWA, girl, you probably be stopped all the damn time, depending on what your costume is. People love taking pictures with everyone. Doesn't matter what it is. Just being honest.
Yeah, that's on. Like, I understand that. Like, I'm just like, it's from my experience. It's mostly like the ones that are more prettier. Like, that's the best way I can describe them, or like more clean. Like, I'm not saying I'm not clean, but like, more slick, like a new car. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. Like, if it's something like that, then you'll have definitely all the photographers going after them. I'm not really slick or new to that kind of thing.
Want to be trying to get their career started.
True, yeah. Sometimes you got to get in there and just throw elbows. Like, girl, I know your costume's looking good, but shit, y'all need to take my picture. Here I am dressed too. You got to just like throw a stick between their legs and trip them. Like, get in there and get your pictures taken.
Yeah, get in there. Mm-hmm. We can't have motherfucking candy without politics nowadays. Yeah, I know. What, I kind of see it like this. The right winger says you finna go buy some chicken. The left winger says, hey, black people can't afford that because racism. One is racism, and the second one is less so, but still rude. Pretty much.
I can see that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. A lot of things. Okay, let's see. Everybody's still talking about that. Let's see. All right, let's see what this one says by Apathetic Black Queen. I think we're catching up. I think we're catching up to the comments.
Yay! Oh my gosh, we're catching up. It's like it is midnight. It is midnight.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, we talked about Abuelita. We talked about Hispanics. Let's see, hold on. Free Fire Pro says, let me see. Let's see what you say. Let me pull it up. Okay. It says, what superhero do you think has the best costume and design? The best costume and design. What superhero has the best costume and design?
Oh my goodness, this is a tough one.
That is definitely a hard one. Like, what superhero has like the best costume design? There are so many superheroes that have good costumes, but a lot of characters don't even stay in their best costumes anyway. So
I think see, and I don't want to come across as biased because of what I'm wearing, but like if I'm not gonna pick my favorite superhero, I would probably have to say Ghost Rider, because I would wear his costume all day long. It's not so much of a costume, it's just like his clothes, but like I love it. The simplicity, but at the same time, it still looks extreme and it completely fits him as his character. I'd probably have to say Ghost Rider.
I ain't gonna lie, I this will be a bias for me too. I enjoy Connor Kent's mature look. I know some people say they don't like it, but I actually like it. I think it's great for a teenager who's maturing, who's kind of like, yeah, I am Superboy, but I'm also mature enough where I'm not about to sit up here in tights and shit to prove that I'm Superboy or a superhero. I enjoy the black t-shirt with the jeans and the boots, and him like when he needs to, he throws off his glasses and throw off whatever shirt he's wearing and was like, time to go save the day. I know it's kind of like simplistic, but it works. And besides, like, let's be honest, I don't think nobody can beat Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Spider-Man's costumes, to be honest. Their designs are literal perfection. Well, when they don't try to change certain aspects of their character designs, but I'm talking about like post-crisis, Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, perfect. Spider-Man, red and blue. That's it. You ain't really got to do much of nothing.
Oh my goodness. I'm still trying to figure it out because it's like I mean, I do want to go simple with it, but I'm also like, I'm a girl for details. I love detailed costumes. Like, mm, mm. But if I had to choose, okay, I would have to say Black Canary. Now it's simple. You got the leotard, you got the leather jacket, you got the big pirate boots, and maybe it depends on different versions, but it's like it it works with the mask or without the mask, or hell, I would even like it if she had a makeup mask. That would be pretty badass. Like guys can say they don't like, too much detail, but I can be like, I want her to look like a freaking rock star or like a deadly bitch in like the alley. Like I really just want her to look like really gorgeous when you first encounter her, but you're gonna get your fucking ass kicked by that boot.
Y'all, all I know is like, my God, I'm about ready to go upstairs to my neighbors and ask them, who is your dealer, or are you growing that shit there? It still smells in this restroom like some loud. It's louder than any concert I've ever been to in my life. I'm like,
they
what
are
are
having
y'all
fun.
smoking on?
They are having
I'm saying
fun.
they must be. And only thing that concerns me is I'm like, they're both nurses. So I'm like, what are y'all doing up there? And are you going to work like that? Because that's not safe. But at the same time, I need to
I
know,
bet
like
this
I
ain't
said, who's
off
your
day.
dealer? I was gonna say, if y'all want to take care of me, y'all can hand me some of that, and we'll just call it a day. We're gonna call it a day because I can smell from what y'all smoking on that is. I feel like Felicia from Friday when she comes. She's like, "What y'all smoking on?" Like that's literally how I feel right now. I'm like, "Damn, y'all didn't have to come that hard."
I
Damn.
feel like they saying we needed it from the weeks that we've been gone. Like I
I
think they
guess.
probably been working, and Friday was their last day at work, and they don't have to return until probably like Sunday or Monday, and they're like, "Oh, we about to get lit. We
I was gonna
we's
say they
about to
litty
get
titty up there
lit."
right now, and I'm like, is that why it always sounds like y'all are bowling right above me? Because like they be stomping around hard than a motherfucker. I'm like, are y'all okay? Y'all walking around a little bit too heavy. That might explain it. And if that's the case, I'm not mad at it. But I'm gonna need y'all to hand me a little bit of that so that way I don't hear y'all so damn loud. The weed loud, y'all loud, everybody loud, everything just loud around here. You know what I mean? It's just nothing but noise.
Noise. When the sun
Noise.
goes down, in my
I'm
I'm
just
sorry.
like, how y'all doing this? How, Sway? How it happening?
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, we caught up. I caught up with all of the comments. Yes.
Yo.
Yes. Yeah, I caught up with all of them. Nice. I mean, the ones that that I didn't get to see. Let's see. My favorite superhero costume design in general is Nightcrawler's classic costume. Flair, yet slick. I'm a sucker for black and red combos. Understandable.
I can see that. Yeah.
Santana's. Dominic says
Zatanna,
Santana's
yeah.
costume. Which
Although
one? That new
Zatanna,
one's ugly. That new one's ugly. They
true,
put
yeah.
her in.
That new look doesn't look all that good. And did y'all see in Batman? I don't know if y'all read Batman Urban Legends number 11, where all of a sudden they're like, there's this romance between Batman and Zatanna for some reason, just
Wait,
cuz.
oh my goodness.
Really?
Yes.
How much
Literally, where they
time?
have this thing where like they hooked up back in the day and like they like somehow summoned some like demon, and then every year since like they have to like come back together and they're doing the thing. They're like in the bat wing and like they're having this awkward conversation of like, we need to talk. Like, what is happening between us? Like, we need to do something about this. I was like, where are y'all coming from with this? Since when are Batman and Zatanna a thing? Like, what the hell's the
I
matter
mean,
with
I
Well,
y'all?
think people are mostly thinking of that, like the animated series where they kind of have a
yeah.
interesting chemistry,
I
but nothing
guess.
really comes from it, and it's not really. I wouldn't say it's
But I
the
mean,
worst
DC
couple
did kind
ever.
of hint at that though.
Yeah,
Like DC did kind of hint that Zantana and Bruce did have some kind of fling before, but it wasn't confirmed nor denied. But we do know that Bruce and Zantana did know each other when they were little kids and teenagers.
Right.
So it does kind of make sense that they might have had a fling for each other. but as adults, they never really went anywhere with it.
No. This is much more than just a fling. Like before they summoned the demon or whatever the hell, Batman, like Bruce was literally about to tell her like, "I love you." Like this is much more than just we're fucking around. This was like we're deep into it. Like this is heavy.
Oh,
dang.
Okay.
I don't know about
like again, hold on, I'm gonna go grab it for y'all so that way y'all can see it. Hold up.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see this.
I don't know how to really feel, to be honest. I mean, Z deserves better. She deserves, better than John. She deserves better than Bruce. I'm sorry to say. I know this sounds fucking crazy, but I'm like, let the girl just have one boyfriend that isn't a crime fighter. I would personally love to see her save, her boyfriend more than anything else. Like her, that would be kind of fun and cute.
I mean, but I mean, you ain't gotta say it like Bruce is a bad choice. Bruce ain't that.
No, I'm not saying he's a bad choice. It's just like if you really think about it and how he handles like love life in general, it's like it's already full enough. So it's like, why Bruce? Like friends, sure, go ahead.
I'm just saying, man, at least he's more stable than John. That reminds me. Have you watched Legend of Tomorrow?
Okay. Nope.
Not recently. Nope. Like I only watched it like season 3. I haven't watched anything.
I don't know why. You got your man in there all over.
I know, and that's what makes me sad. It makes me sad because of mostly one thing. Eventually, I'm gonna see, and I already know that Ryan is already out as John Constantine. I'm just like kind of pissed off about that, and I may or may not have like an idea of what DC should do with his future, but whatever. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about.
Did you ever watch the Constantine TV series when he was solo?
I liked it when he was solo. Like that's the only best way to really see John.
Yeah. Like I watched the beginning of it. I was like, it was okay. It could have been better, but like, then they canceled it. So I was like, well, why bother?
Like they didn't even give it. Like my thing is, NBC, why'd you cancel it? Because I'm just like, well, you didn't even give us a chance to really get to know much because you kind of canceled half. Like I was just like, well, that's disappointing. But yeah. I mean, John's not bad on Legend of Tomorrow. He's probably like a highlight of the show. I mean, the show's crazy, but then John just kind of like, magic all of this bullshit away. I think you might enjoy him in the thing
right here. This is the whole shit that I was talking about. This is where Batman and Zatanna, he accompanies her to like carry out a magic spell, which that was the first thing that I was like, what?
Wait, like I guess we're gonna have to see it bigger. I'm gonna stop sharing because I'm mostly done. Give me a minute.
Let me see if I can make Dylan bigger right quick.
Yeah, because I really need to see it. Because like I can't imagine Batman teaching magic. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad combination, Batman and magic.
Let's maximize.
Yeah, like it's him here for this whatever reason, and they don't even explain like why they're doing this whole spell. It's just like this spot is a font of energy, perfect for casting. It's just added bonus that it's so beautiful, and he does this whole shit where he's like, "Well, it's not as beautiful as you," and she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing, just talking to myself."
That's not Bruce, though.
Okay,
they do this whole like, bloodletting.
I'm remembering that other comic series.
Bruce would never have done this though. Bruce doesn't even like magic.
Like, why?
When he was in front, even when he was in front of Santana's dad, he was like, "I don't like magic," and then Zatara was like, "Oh, you don't like magic?" Even though he's doing magic in front of him, he was like, "No, I never really liked it magic at all." Mm-hmm. But he likes Santana. He just doesn't like magic because he thinks because he's like it's something that you can't explain. And then Zatara had to like teach him like some things don't always need an explanation, and he was like, "No, everything always needs an explanation."
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like mostly going off by that. Like, I can't remember which comic series it was, but didn't we already have this with Zatanna, John, and their third wheel boyfriend dude? I can't remember his fucking name for the life of me. Oh,
that's crazy.
And it's just like we already had this. I mean, the whole it coming back every year. Yeah, that's not an element of it. but it seems like they are just taking information from that and just using that instead of actually doing something original. No, I wouldn't mind Bruce Wayne in an alternate universe being a magician and shit. Fine, whatever, do it, but not in the main continuity. I can't imagine Bruce being
and
like,
especially
yeah, magic spells.
Yeah,
because they have this whole part in here too, where like I said, every year they have to go off together to like do part of the spell, and before they go, Superman is like, I need to talk to you. Like, where is it that you always go as Zatanna, and what is it that y'all are doing? And Batman's like, what? You don't trust me or something? I'm like, why is it any of your business? And Superman's over telling like, well, I expect that whatever happens, you'll do your best to be mindful of our mutual friend. I'm like, what, are y'all both hooking up with her? Like, what the hell? And he's like, well, that's where he's like, don't you trust me? He says, well, I mean, of course. But he's like, well, then don't worry. I'll be a perfect gentleman. I'm like, dude, who is he? Her dad? Why the hell are you having this conversation?
But again,
and then he has to come back.
You see, this is what happens when you have people who don't know how to write. When they don't know how to write.
You know who wrote this story? Do y'all want to know who wrote this story?
Who wrote the story?
I'm going to give you 3 guesses. Who do you think wrote this story?
Tom Taylor? No.
We've mentioned them before in this stream. Like tonight, we were talking about them.
God damn it! It's that pedophile guy. It's the one who did Burnside, wasn't it?
Nope.
Fuck. Don't say Heather. Shit, who we talked about in the stream? We talked about so many.
True.
They've
written a few other comics. They're a current comic writer. They like to talk a whole lot of shit.
Are you talking about Vita?
Exactly. Vita Ayala, my man. That's who wrote this story.
What?
Vita wrote that?
Vita wrote this story.
Did Vita even look at Batman and Zatanna? Like,
nope. Vita Ayala don't even know how to read. How are you gonna ask if she knows how to do shit?
Well, yeah, but don't say that in front of your best friend. She will defend her.
Could give a shit. Her and me could box. Let's do it. Any day you want to go, Nerdette, let's box.
Because I remember she had got mad that Zack had, your boy Zack had said something, and then she like popped on a video real quick, and she was like, "You do not talk about somebody like that and trying to say that they can't read or whatever. You don't know nothing about her or whatever, stuff like that." I'm like, "Girl, calm down."
I was gonna say, like, I remember that video where he was like, "I'm pretty sure Vita is like what would medically be defined as retarded," and I was like, "Oh, you're about to upset a whole lot of people with that." I was like, "Holy shit!" But I mean, hey, by her own definition, she said she didn't know how to read until she started reading comics. I'm like,
and she said until she was 10. Until she was 10, I was like, "Girl, that's disturbing."
I was gonna say, like, that's not just developmentally delayed, like that's retarded. Like,
yeah,
not to be derogatory, that's probably what that would exactly be diagnosed as.
Like, you retarded, you stupid, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, it's just, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. Like, you didn't know how to read until you were reading books that had nothing but pictures in them. Like, that I don't know what else to tell you. Like, that's what you were. And I mean, it shows in the way that she writes. I'm like, you really thought this was a good story? That's what I'm saying. Like, I know that there were like little hints here and there, like, you know, maybe they had a little bit of a fling or whatever, but for her to turn it into all of this other shit, I'm like, yo, you lost the plot. Like, you could have done the story with literally any other female and it probably would have been okay, but you having him do all of this magic year after year with her just cause, and it doesn't connect to anything in continuity, it just seems like you were trying to tell a story that you thought would be cool, but that makes no sense.
Yeah, it's like it reminds me of the knockoff story that Tom King did with Batman and Wonder Woman, which was an amazing story though. It was an amazing story. That's what happens when you have a good editor that can bring that ass in. But he did the thing where Batman and Wonder Woman, every year they have to go into this dimension in order to let this person out that they sent in there to fight this endless army or whatever for one day. They have to be in there or whatever and fight this army, which is pretty cool. I think it's a good Batman Superman story or whatever. But it's just like, that's what that was. But that was written well. That right there was written out of character because Batman and Wonder Woman were in character in that story. But what you just showed me right there, that was not in character for those characters at all. I don't know what that was, because Batman would never do magic unless it's really, 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 really at that point where Bruce, you the only one right now who can stand and say the words. Say the words. And even then, it still takes you gotta almost beat up Batman to make him do magic. But for him to just at a young age randomly do magic, no, I'm sorry, that's not.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, I know for any one of us, like Zatanna is bad enough for her to be like, girl, sacrifice my soul to the devil, whatever it takes to spend an evening with you, that's fine. But for Bruce Wayne of all people, like a billionaire and someone who is Batman, he's not that desperate. You know what I mean? Like there's no real reason for him to constantly do something that is so antithetical to him. Like he's so analytical, he's a detective, like he's much more hands-on. So for him to be constantly submitting himself to some sort of like, magical incantation or whatever, it's just, it doesn't make sense. Even if he likes Zatanna that much, I'm like, it still wouldn't make sense. At the very least, he'll be like, go ahead and do what you want to do. I'm going to sit over here and watch. And whenever you're done, come and let me know. Like, I'm not going to take part in it, but I'm not going to tell you shouldn't do it. Like, if you want to do it, go right ahead. I'm just not going to be a part of it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And from what I could tell in the story, like they did the whole magical incantation for no other reason than so that they could like communicate telepathically. Because that's all that happens. They do the thing and then all of a sudden they're thinking to each other. And he's like, have I ever told you how gorgeous you are when you do magic? I'm like, couldn't you have just told that to her face, with your mouth saying words? You didn't need to think it in your head or anything.
That's depressing. I ain't gonna lie to you. It sounds depressing.
Oh my gosh, though. It's like so much like going on. I'm kind of like exhausted at this point because I think we talked about everything, didn't we, guys?
At this point, yeah, I think so.
I think so. DC is giving the Arrowverse and DCEU comic books now. And the first comic book is going to be focused on Batwoman from Earth. It's going to be called Earth Prime, and it's going to be a 6-issue limited series. And it's going to be focused on Batwoman and Luke Fox. And it looks like they're trying to hint that Luke Fox might have a boyfriend. I hope not. I hope I'm reading it wrong, but that's what it seems like they're trying to do. And that's aggravating, to be honest. But sure, whatever. And then the second Earth Prime book is going to be focusing on Superman and Lois. And they haven't talked about issue 3, 4, and 5 yet. But all of it will lead into a crossover event in the final issue, which is going to be issue number 6. And then they're going to do a DCEU pre-Flash comic book called Flash, the Fastest Man Alive, which I think is a stupid title. It's going to be a prequel to the Flash movie where Flash goes to Gotham City to ask the DCEU Batman, Ben Affleck's Batman, to help train him and hone his skills so he can take on Grifter. Yeah. And that's how you find out that Flash gets a new suit or whatever and stuff like that, because Batman's been training him. Yeah, so that's something. Yay!
Terrible, just terrible.
And they're going to, they're going to be excited because they're pushing Ryan Wilder's Batwoman at the front for it, because they're going to be like, this is going to be the first time Ryan Wilder's going to be in costume, and guess who's going to make their Arrowverse debut? Clayface. And I'm just like, who cares? Nobody likes Batwoman though. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the whole Arrowverse just fell off a cliff. Like, nobody's that invested in it anymore. It was fine when it started, and then just it fell off.
Literally, the only thing that's holding it together is Stargirl and Superman and Lois, from what I'm being heard. And I haven't watched Stargirl yet. I know I need to watch it. It's just that I just be forgetting. I haven't touched the Arrowverse show since Black Lightning ended. Like, when Black Lightning ended, I said, okay, I'm out. I mean, I was out of Supergirl when she put pants on. Like, I tried to give season 5 a chance, but I was just like, this is too stupid. I tried giving Batwoman a chance. Season 1 was just horseshit. I tried giving season 2 a chance. I couldn't make it past episode 2. Flash has been, I don't know. it's been something. It's been something. Legend of Tomorrow, I can't remember when I stopped watching it, but I know I watched it for a long time because it's stupid. At this point, there is no plot with the Legend of Tomorrow, and I think it's one of those shows where you can't even take it serious. You just watch it, like because it goes off of nothing. It's literally we're going to take a random bunch of DC characters and we're going to put them in a time travel story, and shit's going to happen.
As that's shit often does.
Yeah, and Superman and Lois is Superman and Lois. It's excellent. Like, I mean, it has its. I have my gripes with the show, but it's perfect. It's a perfect show. So yeah, most of the Arrowverse didn't hot shit. To be honest, I think the only show I really watched fully is literally Black Lightning and Arrow. Because Arrow, I've been watching Arrow for so long now. I was like, nah, I'm gonna see this show out, where I'm gonna see how this show ends, and that was it. I came back to Supergirl only to see how they were gonna end the show, and they ended it in the most dumbest way ever. So her finale doesn't even exist anymore to me at this point. And the Flash, somebody put him out his misery. Just put the show out of misery because it's not working. It's not working. It's really not. But that does remind me, when I was watching Legend of Tomorrow, I was watching this. I forgot what season it was, where John Constantine was in there, and he had to go back in the past to save his lover's soul or whatever, because his soul got attached to this demon, and then John had banished it to hell. But then he remembers everything too, and then the demon possessed the boyfriend. I was like, holy crap! And then the boyfriend was played by Christian Keys, who used to do stage plays for Medea. And I'm like, how the hell did they convince you to be on a DC show and to be the lover of Matt Ryan? Like, bruh, no offense, you can do way better than John Constantine. I mean, have you seen yourself? Like, I remember when I saw him when he walked out the thing, and I was like, oh hell no, Christian, bruh, if y'all don't. John Constantine could never pull that one. Could never pull him. Could never. That Dylan, he was a Mary Jane. He was a Mary Jane to Matt Ryan, to John Constantine. Like, you like, all right, okay, sure.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I was saying about how in high school how these new LGBT shows love to do where this scrawny nerd gets the most popular hot guy at school, and you're just like, not realistic, but okay. And that's exactly what happened with John Constantine and Desmond. And you're just like, Desmond. There are plenty of guys in the world. I'm just saying. I like John Constantine, but come on, John could never. This is my opinion. But like I said, they always love doing that thing where when they do with LGBT characters, they always get this complete polar opposites. They don't even get people in the middle. They get people that are completely on the other side. Like, you have this good athletic swole guy in Desmond, and then you have this pathetic loser. No offense, I like John Constantine, but let's be honest, the man's a loser that will sell you up the creek if he has to. John Constantine, and you mean tell me he pulled that? No, I know somebody lying.
It's magic.
Exactly.
But yeah, I thought it was an interesting arc though. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, Dazzling Kate, but it's a good arc.
I haven't watched it. I don't really bother watching the Legends of Tomorrow. I don't even bother.
I'm not saying you probably can watch. You probably watch people who put clips together on YouTube of the whole entire arc of John Constantine and Legends and whatever. But it's really a good arc overall of like seeing John Constantine trying to save somebody that he loves or whatever from a demon. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I know Legend of Tomorrow don't feel like a superhero show anymore. I mean, that's probably why a lot of people stop reading it anyway. Besides Power Rangers, classic Degrassi handled diversity better than the CW and what's out there in current modern entertainment. You know what, Dominic? That reminds me. We need more shows like Degrassi because these babies, these kids today, they pussies. They pussy. That's like Degrassi. Degrassi didn't treat the kids like they were stupid. Like these children were at the age of 12. We got to see these kids from like the age of 12 growing up all the way to college, going through a lot of serious topics that for some reason they're scared to do it or whatever. Like all the shows in America, especially when it comes to like little kids, they make it a comedy show instead of actually making a show that shows these kids in real situations. Like I'm not saying that you can't have. I'm not saying that you can't have a comedy show with teenagers, but sometimes you need to show a little bit of serious things. And I respect Degrassi. I respected what Degrassi did. I don't know if any of you guys seen Degrassi before. Have you? No.
I have not. It wasn't my thing.
Damn, Degrassi was really good. Degrassi was really good. Like if you want to talk about how to do diversity, LGBT, all that bullshit, Degrassi for you. Degrassi for you. It's what I think the kids need today because they got too many of these shows that treat them like they're stupid and too many comedy shows. But Degrassi was out here like, we're going to tell stories about these kids, and these kids are going to get into dangerous situations, and they're going to deal with life, drugs, sex, violence, all of that stuff. But we're not going to treat them stupid, and we're not going to talk down to the audience. And I respect a show like that. But it was from Canada, and Canada has different things than we do. So yeah, Remember?
I guess that's probably why I never watched it myself, because like everything you just described was literally my high school experience.
Yeah,
I didn't have to watch it. I just talked to my friends.
I mean, yeah. I mean, but it's kind of cool to kind of actually see a show that actually takes our experience in high school and actually put it on the show without trying to make it this fantasy thing. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, I get tired of kind of seeing high school shows where everything is perfect, and they got to protect the children or whatever. Or like when like, for instance, like they were even doing the thing where one of the girls got a first period and they actually had to, they treated it like it was a serious thing. It wasn't a joke or anything. It was like, this is what happens. We need to, talk about it or whatever. And the same thing, like Dominic said, they never sugarcoat anything when it comes to stuff. They will literally show and do things that we remember as kids when we were growing up. And I'm like, I appreciate a show that finally isn't belittling the high school experience or trying to fantasize it. Yeah, so I think it was a good show. I do remember them making Mr. Terrific gay for no reason.
Yeah, that was just kind of weird. I was like, why would you do that? There was no real point. But obviously, it's just because they were trying to score those points for like, yo, look, we took a character and made him gay. It's like, okay, nobody really cares. That there was no point to doing that.
Yeah, and you took a character that actually has a family, that lost a family too. So you took part of that character personality and you kind of screwed it up for whoever whatever that was. But that wasn't Mr. Terrific. I don't know who the fuck that was. And he had a husband too. I was like, oh God, go to hell. Mm-hmm. They had period and no powers. Yes, Roland Dodge, no powers, because in real life women don't get superpowers from bleeding for 7 days. I'm just saying. I thought having your period give you superpowers. Yep. You would think, but I guess in the shows, have anybody seen Total Drama Island? No. I don't think any of us seen it. I don't think I've seen it. Kate, have you seen it? No.
What are we talking about?
Apparently, periods don't give you superpowers.
Well, no shit. I'm a woman. I have the experience. Understand that. Okay.
Have you seen Total Drama Island?
Yeah, one of my favorite shows.
Okay, Kate's seen the show. I have not seen the show. Dylan hasn't seen the show. I don't know.
It's really good. Like, let's be real. It's probably. I mean, the season after like the first one kind of it kind of gets bad after like the second season to me. Honestly, I just feel like the first 2 seasons were like good. Everything else after that is a quick cash grab, and they were worried about so many other elements about that. But the first 2 seasons are good. Like I'll tell you guys right now, if you want to go see it, go see it. But like I'm not gonna push it,
I respect that.
Anthony said like we legit saw these characters go through makeups and breakup. We saw gun violence and gang violence on Degrassi. Oh man, when they stabbed JT in his back, that was heartbreaking. I was like, God damn it, this show went there. Like he was going to go tell his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, that he loved her. After realizing that he never stopped caring about her, and it was these rivals from another school that kind of had to stay at Degrassi for a little while. They were making fun of him. They were like talking all this trash, and he would just like ignore them or whatever. And then he was like, "Oh, you always think everything is funny." So one of the guys, he took a knife and he stabbed him in the back, and he was like, "Now let's see who's laughing." And then Liberty, his ex-girlfriend, found him dying in the street. And I was like, holy shit, they went there. And that's the show that Drake was on. He was the one, he got shot, and he had to be in a wheelchair for most of the season. For the rest of the show. That was crazy too. Yeah. It was deep. Oh, did I hear about High Guardian Spice creator whining about budget and timing? I did hear about that. I did hear about that. And I think it's stupid. I think it's lazy. There's no excuse for that reasoning because animators have less time than they did with less budget and are able to make quality animes. So I don't even want to hear her bullshit excuses. Nah, you were lazy as hell. That's what it was. And y'all didn't know shit because a lot of y'all asses is from fucking Tumblr. Hoe ass bitches. But yeah, I think that's everything we covered for everything. Am I right? Anybody else got anything?
I think that's about it. Like,
all right, cool. Yeah. Is there anything? Did we miss anything?
I don't think we missed anything. If I'm remembering correctly.
All right, cool, awesome. Well, drink us out of here, Dylan.
Of course, I'm about to. I will say a cheers to everybody. Thank y'all all for coming out and supporting us. Make sure you are subscribed to all of our channels. You better be. And you better be sharing out my videos specifically. You can share out theirs too. I appreciate that. But mine specifically, make sure you share my videos out. I'm trying to grow the channel for y'all. And I'm trying to help them out. It's not as much as mine. Anyway, so cheers to everybody. Thank y'all for coming and hanging out. Don't worry about none of what they have to say. We're going to end the show on Dylan's note. Cheers, everybody. Let's drink up.
You see, Dylan done got high from the smoke fumes coming from his neighbors. They done got him high. Look at him. He had to take another drink.
That's what I'm saying. I'm about to go upstairs and be like, yo, can I get a hit of that? Because I can smell it. And it smells loud than a motherfucker.
I'm trying to tell you. Well, everybody, good night. Have a good night. We will see you next time. Unless, we do an impromptu live stream. Who knows? You never know with us. We're wild children nowadays. We're living young and wild and free. Yep. But I appreciate everyone for stopping by. Thank you. And thank you, Kate, for giving us a good drawing session as usual.
No problem.
And you got anything else you want to say, Kate, before we sign off?
It was nice having you all around, and thankfully it's not like it didn't take us too long to get this all done. Like, the night is still young. But anyways, let's just end the stream now. Yeah, totally.
All right. Well, catch you guys later. Peace out of here.